Chapter 648, Refining Fire Source Crystals. Chapter 648, Refining Fire Source Crystals. 50 pieces. Fire Source Crystals. Why don't you go and rob us? Xionghui jumped up immediately. This was simply demanding an exorbitant price. Could it be that this fellow did not know the preciousness of fire source crystals? But with Yi Yuan opening his mouth here, Xionghui's eyes became alert too. Messing around for so long, this Yi Yuan was aiming for the fire source crystals still. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "If I have tier 5 or even tier 6 strength right now, I would naturally have no need of fire source crystals. Forget it, forget it. Since you feel that I'm plotting for your fire source crystals, then just take it as I never said it. Let's go." Xionghui was stupefied by Yi Yuan and could not differentiate the truth from the false at all. Seeing that Yi Yuan was going to leave, he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan. "Little brother, don't go. Dear me, little brother, don't go. This matter, I can't make the decision either. I need to have our young lord make the final call. How about, little brother, take a trip back to the clan with me?" Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Nah, I'm Russ. I plus Ing for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory for an urgent matter. Let's say goodbye here." As he said, Yi Yuan really brought you XIN and US. plus and left without even turning his head back. No matter how Xionghui shouted, he no longer turned back either. Xionghui watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, gritted his teeth, and said to a subordinate, "You go and keep an eye on those 3. Make sure not to lose them. I'll report to young lord right away. If that little brother can really cure the poison, then he'll be our fire source true Dipper Bear clan's savior." "Big brother Yi Yuan, are we really leaving just like this?" Yushu asked curiously. She could sense that Yi Yuan was definitely very interested in that fire source crystal. Otherwise, he would not have rambled so much with that big dumb bear either. But she never expected that Yi Yuan actually really left. Wasn't this going to Pa S by the fire source crystals by a narrow chance? You dumb la S. Mr. Yi is easing up the line to reel in more easily later. Xin clearly thought deeper than Yushu and perceived it long ago. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, "If I behave too zealously, those big dumb bears will feel that I have other motives instead. But if I behave like it was not worth a single glance, they would definitely feel that I really have the ability. Their clan had got inflicted with fire poison. If it isn't removed, it will be like bone-infesting maggots, making his life worse than death. At that time, the bear clan will be in danger. Hence, they will definitely come and find me." Yushu opened her mouth wide and said with a wars, plus Ping, look, big brother Yi Yuan is incredible. To actually even deduce what those big dumb bears were thinking about. Yi Yuan could not help sweating profusely when he heard that. What was what? If he could not even plot against these big dumb bears, then wouldn't he be too dumb as well? Moreover, this was not considered as scheming, right? Those fire source crystals were just the consultation fees for treating the ailment. Each took what they needed. It was just that those big dumb bears were too dense. Saying too directly with them, they would heighten vigilance instead. The few people were just speaking when several figures blocked the path of the 3 people with a swoosh. Out of Yi Yuan's expectations, this Xiong Tai actually looked handsome with well-chiseled features, not at all fitting with his name. "Little brother, this is our family's young lord, by the side," Xionghui introduced. Xiong Tai clasped his hands and said, "Brother Yi, Xionghui has offended greatly previously. I hope that brother Yi can be magnanimous enough to forgive." Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, "Just a misunderstanding. No harm. The 3 of us still have to hurry on with our journey. We'll have to trouble young Lord Xiong Tai to make way. Xiong Tai hurriedly said, May I ask Brother Yi if you can really treat clan head's fire poison? Yi Yuan said with a smile, regardless whether I can treat it or not, does young Lord Xiong Tai still have other alternatives? I still say that same sentence. Want me to take action? There must be 50 pieces of fire source crystals. It's not that I'm asking for a preposterous price, but to want to remove fire poison, one must have fire source crystals. If you guys can't part with it, then take it as I never said it. Xiong Tai hurriedly said, as long as it can treat Clanhead's fire poison, don't talk about 50 pieces. Even 80 pieces are fine too. Yi Yuan glanced at Xiong Tai and said with a nod, all right, deal. However, 50 pieces of fire source crystals must be given to me first. Yi Yuan followed Xiong Tai to the Bear Clan's main camp. Before long, Xiong Tai placed 50 pieces of bright yellow crystal stones in front of Yi Yuan. Looking at these fire source crystals, Xiong Tai felt his flesh hurt too. These fire source crystals mining was not easy. Close to 1 year's time. Their Bear Clan also just extracted 200 to 300 pieces. Clan Head alone used 100 over pieces already. What was left in the clan right now was also just 70 to 80 pieces. The 80 pieces, he told Yi Yuan previously, was already all of the existing stock in the clan. Brother Yi, the 50 pieces of fire source crystals I've already handed to you. I wonder when can Brother Yi help Clan Head remove the poison? Xiong Tai said. Actually, he was still very dubious about Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Tier 4 cultivation. If not for Xiong, Hui saying that Yi Yuan's combat strength was a Stonies. I plusing Far Serpa S. Sing ordinary Tier 5 experts. Moreover, even possessing dragon race bloodline, Xiong Tai would not take this risk either. Even so, Xiong Tai was still guarded against Yi Yuan and already laid down a tight encirclement in the clan. If Yi Yuan only came to swindle fire source crystals, he would kill Yi Yuan mercilessly. Xiong Tai could not think of any ways at all right now, and only chose to trust Yi Yuan in his helplessness. The shamans in the clan have already convened together for many days and examined many records. But no one could remove the fire poison at all. Yi Yuan took up a piece of fire source crystal and said smilingly, no hurry, no hurry. Wait until after I refine all of these fire source crystals, then I can take action. Xiong Tai's expression darkened slightly as he said, Brother, you don't joke around. How long would it take to wait until you refine all of these fire source crystals? By that time, wouldn't Clan Head be tormented to death by this fire poison? Furthermore, the Purple Flood Dragon clan is glaring like a ravening tiger and wouldn't give us such a long time at all. Xiong Tai could not be blamed for turning hostile. Xiong Zhan refining these fire source crystals, it was basically a piece every 3 days. By the time Yi Yuan finished refining all of these 50 pieces of fire source crystals, wouldn't it need several months' time? Moreover, refining these fire source crystals had fire poison. With Yi Yuan's strength, 50 pieces were enough to claim his life. At that time, it would be too late. Yi Yuan did not answer Xiong Tai. Lightly supporting the fire source crystal in his palm, a lotus flower crept out from his palm. This lotus flower was precisely the cleansing sandal flame lotus. The cleansing sandal flame lotus, seeing the fire source crystal, was immediately like being injected with stimulants directly entangling over. Under Xiong Tai's astonished gaze, the bright yellow fire source crystal faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, all the way until it became a piece of plain old stone. Turns out that Brother Yi wanting these fire source crystals was actually in order to nurture essence fire. It's just that this sort of absorbing process, can Brother Yi endure it? Xiong Tai said in surprise. The fire source power in fire source crystals was extremely tyrannical. Even if a Tier 6 expert was refining, he needed to be very cautious too. A moment of carelessness, and one would damage their meridians. But Yi Yuan did not take this to heart at all. Using less than 15 minutes to refine an entire piece of fire source crystal, was this any different from courting death? Yi Yuan said smilingly, young Lord Xiong Tai rest assured. This he naturally won't treat his own life as a joke. I want these fire source crystals precisely for the sake of letting the essence fire advance. And removing the clan head's fire poison also requires borrowing the power of a Tier 5 essence fire. With this, has young Lord's mind been put at ease? Chapter 649. Essence Fire Abnormal Change. Chapter 649. Essence Fire Abnormal Change. Xiong Tai naturally did not have anything to feel worried about. He exited Yi Yuan's room, fully satisfied and contented, and instructed that no one was allowed to come and disturb Yi Yuan. Of course, the tight encirclement laid down previously, he did not recall it. As the young lord, Xiong Tai's intellect was much better compared to Xiong Hui's. Without seeing the hare, why would he release the falcon? After Xiong Tai left, Yi Yuan started to let the cleansing sandal sacred flame absorb the fire source power. Yi Yuan was an expert in playing with fire. The speed of him absorbing the fire source power was completely not what Xiongzhang could compare to. Basically, he could finish absorbing a piece of fire source crystal roughly every 15 minutes or so. At the rate of this absorbing speed, logically speaking, the fire poison would flare up very quickly. But to Yi Yuan, this was not an issue at all. Yi Yuan had refined the origin magnetism spirit wood and was already impervious to 100 poisons. Even if he did not have the origin magnetism spirit wood, refining the fire poison was also just something which expended a little effort. If Yi Yuan could be corroded by some puny little fire poison, then he, an alchemy emperor, would also be a waste. The cleansing sandal flame, Lotus greedily absorbed the fire source power. Its aura became increasingly stronger. Originally, there were only 4 petals on the cleansing sandal flame lotus. But at this time, the 5th petal was currently faintly discernible. This was precisely the hallmark of it evolving to become Tier 5. In the entire secret chamber, a pale yellow light halo dispersed. Furthermore, there was a trend of getting increasingly flurries. Plussing. All of a sudden, an extremely blinding light filled the entire secret chamber. Plussing until people could not open their eyes at all. When the light faded away, Yi Yuan knew that the cleansing sandal flame Lotus finally advanced ranks. After advancing ranks, the cleansing sandal flame Lotus came onto Yi Yuan's palm with a slight flash, only to see it bowed its body slightly at Yi Yuan. That manner actually seemed like thanking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had heart-to-heart telepathy with the cleansing sandal flame Lotus long ago, and naturally knew what meaning it was expressing. Don't need to be like this. You and I have long become one already. I naturally won't abandon you and leave. Helping you advance ranks was also the promise that I gave you back then. Now, it can also be considered as fulfilling the promise. In the future, if there is the chance, I'll naturally help you to go even further. Yi Yuan said with a smile. The cleansing sandal flame, Lotus, was a psychic object. Back then, when the cleansing sandal flame Lotus was subdued with Yi Yuan only had spirit condensation realm cultivation. And now, several years had said. The cleansing sandal flame, Lotus, actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's footsteps. It invariably worried a little that Yi Yuan would forsake it. Although it did not have human intelligence, following Yi Yuan for so long, its instincts told it that following Yi Yuan would have different encounters. In reality, the cleansing sandal flame lotus's evolution speed these few years was far more rapid than it cultivating itself. A short 2 to 3 years' time, and it evolved from a Tier 4 essence fire to become a Tier 5 essence fire. If the cleansing sandal flame lotus slowly evolved itself, it also might not even be able to finish evolving in several decades to 100 years. Therefore, its dependent relations, H-I plus P with Yi Yuan had already completely switched positions, becoming it clinging completely onto Yi Yuan. The current cleansing sandal flame, lotus, already could not do without Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the cleansing sandal flame, lotus startled, trembling slightly, as if it was restraining itself from jumping with joy. If not for it having a lotus flower form, Yi Yuan would even feel that this was a small child. This discovery involuntarily startled Yi Yuan. Could it be? Cleansing sandal flame lotus. Release the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Yi Yuan said to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Ho! The cleansing sandal flame lotus immediately puffed out a bundle of flames, scaring Yi Yuan until he stepped back promptly, almost burning his eyebrows to a char. Cleansing sandal flame lotus, fly 1 round around the secret chamber. Yi Yuan said again. Indeed, the cleansing sandal flame lotus started flying around the secret chamber very obediently. Following that, Yi Yuan tried out several commands again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually completed them without exception. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. The cleansing sandal flame lotus, after advancing ranks, actually unlocked intellect. Although the intellect right now was still very weak, without any doubt, it really gave birth to intelligence. In the past, although Yi Yuan could control the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was because he refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and the flame lotus was like his servant that must do things according to his commands. But just now, Yi Yuan did not deploy the flame lotus. He only used words to communicate with the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely understood his commands. This indicated that the cleansing sandal flame lotus already had its own consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally knew that essence fires could give birth to intellect under coincidental lucky chances, but it required an extremely heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The vast majority of Tier 9 essence fire, though the power was heaven-defying, was just a killing or pill-refining machine too. They were without intellect. Yi Yuan did not think that him helping the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve actually led it to have an intellect. Essence fires with intellect and essence fires without intellect were 2 entirely different concepts. Essence fires with intellect would cultivate consciously, just like humans, and not rely entirely on instincts. This way, the cultivation speed would increase tremendously, and the evolution speed would also get faster. The divine realm and hundreds of millions of small worlds, the number of essence fires they had were too many to count, but only an extremely few numbers of essence fires could evolve successfully, and the vast majority of essence fires would all dissipate between heaven and earth in the end. Although the cleansing sandal flame lotus was an existence that stood out above the SES among Tier 4 essence fires, without Yi Yuan's diligent nurturing these few years, its final outcome would also just be returning to nature. The cleansing sandal flame, lotus giving birth to intellect, made Yi Yuan very surprised. He only felt that with the current conditions, chances of obtaining a new essence fire again was very low. Hence, he focused on nurturing all along, hoping to nurture the cleansing sandal flame lotus to become Tier 5. He did not expect that with an unintentional sowing, the cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked intelligence on its own. Since you've already unlocked intelligence, then you'll be my vital essence fire in the future. From today onwards, you'll be called Fiery. I hope that you'll give birth to a primordial spirit soon and achieve a primordial spirit body. Yi Yuan said smilingly. The cleansing sandal flame, lotus's petals opened and closed. Clearly, it was very happy with Yi Yuan's words. When essence fires unlocked intelligence, after it evolved to a certain stage, it would give birth to a primordial spirit. This primordial spirit was similar to a human's divine soul, while the flame lotus's main body would be equivalent to the physical body. At that time, the cleansing sandal flame lotus would be roughly the same as a human. Furthermore, it also had the chance to salt the deity realm. In the divine Tao era, although instances of essence fires becoming deities were few, it was also not without. Moreover, once essence fires became deities, the might of their strength was unimaginable. To Yi Yuan, the cleansing sandal flame lotus becoming his vital essence fire was undoubtedly the best option. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was an alchemist's greatest assistance. Once it evolved to become a Tier 9 essence fire, that might would be inconceivable, absolutely the essence fire that all alchemists yearned for even in their sleep. Come, since you've already advanced, let's go and remove poison for that Bear Clan's clan head. There is nothing more suitable than using your purifying power to treat fire poison. Yi Yuan said smilingly regarding Xiongzhan's fire poison. If not because he had an existence like the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan would really be at a loss on what to do. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he could not possibly refine Tier 6 medicinal pills too. But with the formidable purifying power of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was why Yi Yuan dared to guarantee this. When Yi Yuan came out, Xiong Tai had already waited for a long time outside. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Xiong Tai was also slightly surprised. This was only less than a day's time, and he already completed refining that many fire source crystals. Chapter 650, No Other Choice. Chapter 650, No Other Choice, Brother Yi, can we start? Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiong Tai was thinking whether or not he was being funny to actually place such stake on this brat who had not even reached Tier 5. Yi Yuan nodded and said, we can begin at any time. Brother Yi has just absorbed the fire source crystals. Are you not going to rest for a bit? Xiong Tai was somewhat suspicious now whether Yi Yuan really refined those fire source crystals or he kept it himself. Refining 80 pieces of fire source crystals within a day. Was this sheer nonsense? Even if Yi Yuan's speed was really that fast, could it be that he did not care about the fire poison? Could it be that he did not care about the tyrannical fire source power? Yi Yuan was just about to speak when Xiong Hui ran over tearfully and said, Young lord, things are bad. The purple flood dragon clan seems to have discovered something. Zifeng has already brought the purple flood dragon clan and moved out in full force, heading for our territory. Xiong Tai's expression changed drastically when he heard that, and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, Brother Yi, I'll bring you to Sea Clan head right away. Our fire source true Dipper Bear clans. Hope is all on you. I hope that you won't deceive me. Yi Yuan did not show much surprise when he heard this news. Even though Xiong Tai's mind was sharper than Xiong Hui's, he was still a big dumb bear in the end. This point, inklings could be seen from his arrangements after Xiongzhan got poisoned. The Flood Dragon clan was innately insidious and skeptical, the Bear clan having so many suspicious movements. How could they not have any happenings at all? At this time, Xiong Tai already had no time to hesitate. He could only stake all hope on Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was really a great swindler, he had to pinch his nose and to acknowledge what had to be done. And the price, if it failed, was the lives of all of their bear clan. Zifeng was the Purple Flood Dragon clan's clan head, whose strength was on par with Xiongzhan. If Xiongzhan was unable to recover his strength, then the Bear Clan only had the path of collapse they could walk. Young Lord Xiongtai rest assured. Leave the clan head to me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiongtai nodded his head and said, Xionghui, go, and invite First Elder over. After I bring Brother Yi to see clan head, we'll go and stop Zifeng together with you guys. The Bear Clan's strength was much stronger than the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clans. Not only did they have a peak initial stage Tier 6 clan head, they even had an initial stage Tier 6 First Elder. Except that First Elder did not meddle with worldly affairs. The matters in the clan were basically all Pa-S said to Xiongtai to manage. Seeing Xiongtai instructed this, Yi Yuan hurriedly said, Young Lord Xiongtai, you mustn't. And what do Brother Ye's words mean? Xiongtai said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, Young Lord mustn't assume an appearance like facing a great enemy, and also don't invite your First Elder to come out of retirement. As long as you let him pay attention to the development of the situation at all times will do. When young Lord comes across that Zifeng, just say that clan head Xiongzhan is currently in close seclusion and will be ready to leave seclusion in a few days. Make sure not to reveal nervousness. The Purple Flood Dragon clan are definitely still unable to verify the news right now. That's why they would put on such a great fanfare. It's in order to demonstrate their might, to cow the tiger. You guys reacting too intensely will fit right in with their wishes. When the situation is detrimental, pretend to be very powerful to deter the enemy. When you're very powerful, put on a weak appearance to bait the enemy. Understood? Xiongtai seemed to have understood, but he also seemed to not understand. But he felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. But at this time, Xiongtai could not think too much. He nodded his head and brought Yi Yuan to go see Xiongzhan. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing in his heart too. This big dumb bear clan was really enough to choke on. But this Xiongtai more or less should be able to comprehend some of his ideas. Presumably, delaying for a while was doable, but he had to ramp up the speed a little over on his side. Otherwise, if the Purple Flood Dragon clan really raided in, that would not be fun. When Yi Yuan saw Xiongzhan, he could not help being secretly alarmed too. Just how many fire source crystals did this fellow absorb? To actually be poisoned so deeply. The Xiongzhan before his eyes had an emaciated appearance, his expression haggard, looking just like a crazed person. How was there any demeanor of a Tier 6 expert? When Xiongtai saw Xiongzhan, he knelt in front of him with tears in his eyes and said, Clan head, for the sake of our fire source, true Dipper Bear clan, you must hold up. I brought Brother Yi here. He can definitely cure your fire poison. Xiongzhan had a listless look. Only after hearing Xiongtai's words did he barely manage to open both eyes and briefly sweep a glance over Yi Yuan. He said feebly, What? What means does a Tier 4 brat have? This. Brother Yi, he is the best shaman. He absolutely has ways to save you. Xiongtai was uncertain too. He already did not have any methods right now. Xiongzhan shook his head slightly and said, It's useless. Let him leave. This fire poison, even I have no way around it. How can he do? Yi Yuan said coolly, Regardless whether or not I have any means, I'm afraid it's no longer up to clan head Xiongzhan anymore. Their Purple Flood Dragon clan has already attacked, and now at the entrance. If you continue to be like this, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan, this lineage will probably be terminated. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiongzhan abruptly opened both eyes. A seldom-seen glimmer radiated from both eyes as he asked Xiongtai, Is what he said true? Xiongtai froze and nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan said, All right, no time to waste. Your descendants are going to fight for the Bear Clan right now. You, this old fellow, got to at least do a little something, right? Want me to do what? Xiongzhan was startled inwardly and muttered. Yi Yuan did not bother with him, but he said to Xiong Tai, Young lord, you leave first. The clan still needs you to preside over the overall situation. Remember what I said before. Xiong Tai looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head hard and said, Brother Yi, this place will be entrusted over to you. Clan head, if I don't return this time, you must help me kill Zifeng and take revenge for me. As he said, Xiong Tai left resolutely. Xiongzhan looked at Xiong Tai's back view and could not help knitting his brows together. Yi Yuan knew that Xiongzhan's fire poison flared up again and was currently incinerating his meridians. Suddenly, Xiongzhan shut his eyes and said, Want me to do what? Say it. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly revealed hints of a smile. He knew that the fighting spirit in Xiongzhan's heart had already lifted up. As an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan had saved Ji. Oh, D knows how many people before in his previous life. He knew his patient's thoughts like the back of his hand and knew what kind of method to use to stimulate the patient's desire to live. Without any doubt, this Xiongzhan's soft spot was his clansmen. His descendants were all fighting A-B-L-O-O-D, white battle outside, while he was powerless to do anything. Nothing could stimulate him more than this. What you have to do is to give up control of your meridians and allow me to free reign. I will enter your meridians using essence fire and refine away all the fire poison in your body. Yi Yuan said. Xiongzhan snapped open both eyes abruptly and stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said, Young man, what capabilities do you have to dare carry out such conduct? Entering other people's meridians with essence fire. This was an extremely dangerous action. Even though Xiongzhan was a Tier 6 expert, a moment of carelessness, and he would be burned to death by the essence fire too, Yi Yuan's way to treat fire poison was seriously too dangerous. Even if Xiongzhan very much wanted to go out and fight side by side with his descendants right now, he could not help doubting Yi Yuan's motives at this time too. Towards Xiongzhan's intent gaze, Yi Yuan was indifferent. Meeting Xiongzhan's gaze head-on, he said coolly, Right now, do you still have other options? Chapter 651, Removing Poison. Chapter 651, Removing Poison. On what basis should I believe you? Xiongzhan showed a pained expression as he said. Yi Yuan took a look at Xiongzhan and said smilingly, Every second more you delay here, your clansmen will have a bit more danger. I'm indifferent, but can you afford to dawdle? Xiongzhan's expression changed, and his face revealed a struggling look. He finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine, I'll cooperate with you. Yi Yuan nodded and began to feel Xiongzhan's pulse. My essence energy is going to wander inside your meridians. Do not resist. Yi Yuan said. Xiongzhan nodded his head. The expression on his face was somewhat ugly. On the one hand, it was because of the fire poison's anguish. On the other hand, it was because him doing this was equivalent to handing his life over to Yi Yuan. To a Tier 6 experts, they believed in their own strength more. It was only under such a stance, whether he had no other alternatives, that he would hand his life over to another person. However, when Yi Yuan's essence energy entered Xiongzhan's meridians, Xiongzhan's expression changed. Yi Yuan's essence energy was like a clear flow, slowly flowing within his meridians. Not only was there not the slightest sense of discordance, it even made him have a very comfortable feeling. The shamans in the clan had taken his pulse before too, but had never given him this sort of sensation before. This could only mean one thing. Yi Yuan's medical skills were much stronger than those shamans in the clan. Xiongzhan involuntarily opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up curiously. It was only to see that on a young and handsome face, unswerving determination and experiences of the many vicissitudes of life were revealed. "Focus! Don't get distracted," Yi Yuan said with his eyes shut. Xiongzhan was startled inwardly and hurriedly reined in his mind. And at this time, his confidence in Yi Yuan increased several times inexplicably. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his expression revealing solemnness. Initially, Xiongzhan was still worried that Yi Yuan was so young and that his treatment would be unreliable. But now, he was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Don't look at how he was young. He had genuine ability, just this pulse reading skill, which shaman in the clan could compare. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xiongzhan could not help being on tenterhooks. He asked probingly, "Little brother, could it be that it's no good?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not that it won't work. It's just much more troublesome than I imagined. I might need to expend some time." Through a round of diagnosis just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the fire poison had already gradually mixed together with Xiongzhan's demonic essence. When fire poison reached this step, it was exceedingly hard to remove. A single mishap, and it would damage Xiongzhan's meridians. Not that Yi Yuan was concerned his ability was lacking, but he was worried that the time stalled over on Xiong Tai's side would not be sufficient. When Xiongzhan heard, his face could not help revealing wild elation as he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly begin." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, but how long Xiong Tai can stall, for over there will be up to him. Over here, I can only do my best. Starting now, you have to give your whole attention and open up all of your meridians. During the process of me removing the poison, you mustn't use the slightest bit of essence energy. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Xiongzhan was like an obedient little child currently. He nodded and said, "Okay, I definitely won't use. Definitely won't use." Yi Yuan held out his palm. Fiery appeared in his hand. Fiery, when you enter his meridians in a while, you have to coordinate well with me. You must be doubly prudent to make sure not to hurt his meridians. Yi Yuan used his consciousness to communicate with Fiery, the matter of fiery unlocking intellect. Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to let Xiongzhan know. One had to know that the valuableness of an essence fire that unlocked intellect was not beneath an ordinary divine art. If Xiongzhan knew, who knows if he would have wicked designs or not. Finished instructing Fiery, Yi Yuan tapped onto Xiongzhan's palm with his fingertip. Outside the borders of the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan's domain, swords were drawn and bows were pulled. Xiong Tai obeyed Yi Yuan's suggestion and did not bring the remaining first elder in the clan over here. When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai, his face showed slight surprise. Xiong Tai was not too stupid either. Right away, he said with a threatening aura, "Clan head Zifeng, you come bearing down so menacingly. Could it be that you want to start a war across the board with our Bear Clan?" When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai's composed manner, he could not help doubting in his mind. Could it be that the intel obtained was not accurate? Xiongzhan was not poisoned at all, but he naturally would not let it show on his face. He said with a big laugh, "What is honorable nephew saying here? I was just incredibly bored recently and came to find old man Xiong to chit-chat. I just happened to bring some youngsters over too. Our two clans are neighbors. We should also be on more intimate terms. Isn't that so? Where's old man Xiong? Such a haughty manner. Old man, I already came over personally. Doesn't you know how to come out and welcome me?" The group of bears, inclusive of Xiong, we all revealed indignation on their faces. This old man, Zifeng, was truly shameless, clearly harboring ill intent, and was wary of Xiongzhan too. Yet, he just had to feign the appearance of an old friend. Usually, Xiong Tai would have long swung a hammer over. Why would he talk so much C-R-A-P with him? The members of the Bear clan were proficient in battle, but they were not good with words. How could they understand this kind of beating around the bush thing? But before coming, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Xiong Tai to pretend as if Xiongzhang was fine. Xiong Tai's unenlightened brain finally started to set in motion too. Speaking of which, Xiong Tai was not dumb either. He was much better than Xiong Hui, that straightforward person. Xiong Tai had a look of sudden realization and said, "Oh, turns out that clan head Zifeng is here to reminiscence the old days. Our family's clan head is currently in closed seclusion. Calculating it, he should exit seclusion these 2 days. If clan head Zifeng can wait, why not come into the clan and wait a bit for 1 or 2 days?" Hearing Xiong Tai said so, Zifeng became even more doubtful. Could it be that the intel was really wrong? Xiongzhan, that old man, was really only in closed seclusion? Zifeng's eyes swirled around, but his gaze landed on the Xiong Hui behind Xiong Tai. Xiong Hui was not as composed as Xiong Tai. That nervous expression was practically written all over his face. Once Zifeng saw it, he immediately understood in his heart and thought to himself, "Xiong Tai, this little bee, ASTARD, he actually learned to play scheming and intrigues with your father too. But sadly, it's useless for you alone to be smart. The others are still a bunch of dumb bears." When Xiong Tai initially saw Zifeng's expression, he thought that his own performance already hoodwinked the other party's eyes. But who knew that Zifeng suddenly laughed faintly and said, "Since honorable nephew invited so cordially, then this old man will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Go, I'll follow you all into the clan together. I'll drink a GLA, S or two with honorable nephew. You first." Xiong Tai's expression changed, but stood there without moving. Zifeng laughed coldly in his heart, but his mouth said, "What is it? Could it be that honorable nephew has anything awkward to disclose? Or, this old man isn't welcomed? Are you jesting? Why would I have anything awkward to disclose?" Xiong Tai was just half-baked too. How could he be Zifeng, this sly old fox's match? Previously, it was just acting in accordance with Yi Yuan's instructions and thinking of some strategies to respond. But at this time, being shaken by Zifeng, Xiong Tai immediately gave himself away. "Humph! Looks like Xiongzhan, that old fellow, really suck. You in bed this time. Ha ha! Truly, the heaven is helping me. Little b, ASTARD, to dare play mind games with this old man. You're too inexperienced. I'll slaughter you right here, then go and give my best wishes to old man Xiong." Ha ha ha! Zifeng roared with laughter. "Stinking flood dragon, you're very KY, huh? You just tried touching a single hair of tires. 0. Flood dragon versus dragon. Flood dragons are snake-like, live long-term in water, suck blood, delicious. Dragons are auspicious, considered bad luck if killed, proud, divine. In a Western context, it will be similar to wyvern versus dragon." Chapter 652, Two Clans' Great Battle. Chapter 652, Two Clans' Great Battle. Just earlier, the Bear Clan's side were all prepared to die already. When Zifeng suddenly flew off the handle, they knew that it could not be dragged any longer. But this voice, clearly very boorish, yet was akin to a heavenly melody. However, when Zifeng heard this voice, his expression changed, focusing his eyes and looking over, only to see two silhouettes appearing in front of everyone. "Heh, you stinking purple flood dragon. Pretty adept at looting a burning house." Xiongzhan came in front of Zifeng, his aura seemingly threatening. How did he still have the slightest hint being in a sickly state currently? His entire person's spirit, qi, and vitality all reached the peak state. Apart from being a little thinner than before, his state was indescribably good. Seeing this scene, Xiong Tai could not help looking at Yi Yuan beside Xiong Zhan in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. This fellow actually really did it. Furthermore, it was so fast. If it was 15 minutes later, this group of people would all have to lose their lives at Zifeng's hands. This old man Zifeng was not some goody two-shoes. Confirming that something happened to Xiong Zhan, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. Zifeng's face turned black as he said solemnly, "Old man Xiong, you're actually really fine? This is impossible. Could it be that you guys have been deliberately laying down a labyrinth in order to draw me out? When did you all have this head for it?" Xiong Zhan did not just have high martial prowess. His brain was very nimble too. Different from the other big dumb bear's straightforwardness, Xiong Zhan's brain worked very well still. These few years, if not for Xiong Zhan devising strategies in the command tent, the bear clan would have long been played to death by Zifeng. This point, Yi Yuan had long seen through some inkling through his conversation with Xiong Zhan. Xiong Zhan suddenly guffawed with laughter. He was incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart too. Seeing Xiong Zhan laugh nonstop, Zifeng said with a black face, "Old man Xiong, what the H? L are you laughing at?" Xiong Zhan said with a big laugh, "Stinking purple flood dragon, if you knew the truth of the matter, you'd definitely wish to give yourself a few slaps. Just when you arrived, I was still tangled up with a deadly poison. My entire person was almost ruined. If not for your suspicious frame of mind being too strong, I'd really be powerless against you if you attacked over earlier." Ha ha ha. Xiong Zhan chortled very happily right now, but when Yi Yuan was helping him remove the poison, he could not laugh at all. He originally thought that the trouble Yi Yuan said would require at least half a day to even a day's time. Who knew that it only needed a short 2 hours plus? Yi Yuan's Tier 5 cleansing sandal sacred flame, using to cleanse the fire poison, the effect was unexpectedly good. The process of eradicating the poison was like floating clouds and flowing water. The areas that the cleansing sandal sacred flame said by the fire poison got instantaneously cleansed. Back then, Xiong Zhan was thinking that if there was no trouble, how fast would the speed of this brat removing the fire poison have to be? Fortunately, Yi Yuan's speed was really very fast. He rushed over here in time too. If it were any later, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. With this, Zifeng's face immediately became like a chameleon, all sorts of colors repeatedly changing. He finally understood why Xiong Tai kept on dawdling with him earlier. Turns out that he was stalling for time. What was more hateful was that because he was filled with suspicions, he really fell for it and missed the optimum timing. Coincidence or not, right at this crucial time, Xiong Zhan actually recovered. This timing was really grasped too brilliantly. Even if he came a bit later, it would also not be as depressing as right now. Yet, it was only missing just this one step. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. This situation right now, the difference was huge. Seeing Zifeng's expression, Xiong Zhan laughed even more delightedly. Both sides had fought for so many years, and they had always been suppressed by the purple flood dragons. Today, seeing Zifeng deflated, there was no need to mention how liberating Xiong Zhan felt in his heart. Zifeng's gaze suddenly drifted onto Yi Yuan, and he asked with a solemn face, "Don't tell me that it was this boy who treated the poison in your body? So what if yes? With me, Xiong Zhan, around, can you still harm a hair of his?" Xiong Zhan said arrogantly. Zifeng looked at Yi Yuan hatefully and said, "Boy, you're very gutsy. to actually dare make an enemy out of our purple flood dragon clan. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I'm just an alchemist. I saw that there was a patient and just treated him. If it offended Lord Zifeng because of this, then come and beat me. When he was saying the first half of the sentence, everyone, including Xiongzhan, all thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and conceded. All the way until the final sentence came out, each and every one of the Bear Clan all could not resist laughing loudly. Why did these words sound so liberating? While Zifeng's face was already black like the bottom of a pot already. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, Fine lad, you're courting death. Boom. The aura belonging to a Tier 6 expert suddenly erupted. Zifeng was going to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. Old man Zifeng, your opponent is me. What capability does it count as to bully juniors? How could Xiongzhan possibly let Zifeng prevail? He directly made a move and stopped him. The two people instantly tangled up in battle together. Two great Tier 6 experts fighting. That might was truly earth-shaking. The others hurriedly backed away to avoid being affected. While Zifeng was tangled up with Xiongzhan, he roared, Zilin, what are you still in a daze for? Kill that boy for me. Zilin was precisely the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's young lord. With this roar, how could the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan still sit still? The two clans officially started the great battle. The Purple Flood Dragon Clan also brought another Tier 6 First Elder over here this time, while the Bear Clan's Tier 6 First Elder also showed up at this time, tangling together with him. When Zilin got Zifeng's order, he dashed straight for Yi Yuan. Yet Xiongtai had long viewed Yi Yuan as his benefactor. How could he possibly give him the opportunity to approach Yi Yuan? He directly attacked too, to stop him. For a moment, the two clans' battle cries rend the air. Such a scale of fighting was not often seen in the outside world. A great battle with so many Tier 5 experts and Tier 6 experts, even when adding the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, two worlds together, there was also not such a scale. Yi Yuan became the idlest one in the battlefield instead, and actually became weary with boredom. Occasionally, there were blind ones who came to find trouble with him, and were all casually disposed of by him. Apart from a few Tier 6 experts, there were really not many who could threaten him here. Even if that Zilin really found him, he would not attach importance to him either. Yi Yuan's attention right now was placed on that great battle in the sky. Xiongzhan refined 100 over pieces of fire source crystals. Originally, his strength should advance with leaps and bounds. But due to the fire poison, he was unable to break through to middle stage Tier 6 all along. But after Yi Yuan helped him remove the fire poison, the effects of Xiongzhan absorbing the fire source power started to showcase. The fire source True Dipper bears were originally fire attribute demons. Xiongzhan absorbed that many fire source crystals breaking through to middle stage Tier 6 was already something in due course. Even if he had not broken through right now, Zifeng was no longer his match as well. In the air, Zifeng became more alarmed the more he fought. When did this Xiongzhan's strength become so powerful? You're going to break through soon? Zifeng said in shock. Xiongzhan laughed wildly and said, Thanks to you, after crippling you, I'll be able to break through with a peace of mind. Chapter 653, Rock Clan Young Lord. Chapter 653, Rock Clan Young Lord. Ha ha ha. I've fought with you, this stinking purple flood dragon, for so many years. There has yet to be such a liberating time once before. Wait until your father breaks through to the middle stage Tier 6. I'll definitely beat you until your mom can't recognize you. Xiongzhan said as he laughed wildly in the air. Xiongzhan broke the stalemate very quickly, chasing Zifeng and beating him up in an overwhelming ferocity. But the two people's cultivation realms did not have a great difference. There was not such a great disparity in terms of strength. For Xiongzhan to want to take down Zifeng in a short time, it was not something easy. In reality, Yi Yuan also knew that the current Xiongzhan could not kill Zifeng at all, unless he could break through to middle stage, tier 6. Old man Xiong, don't get KY? Do you really think that you've stumped me? Zifeng yelled at the top of his voice as he fled. So what if stumped you? This old man being stronger than you right now is stumping you. Ha ha ha. See if you dare to be rampant in front of your father again. Xiongzhan said. Xiongzhan decided to definitely thank Yi Yuan properly after the matter. If not for Yi Yuan, the Bear Clan would be in danger right now. Currently, not only was the Bear Clan's crisis fully resolved, he even utterly suppressed his old foe of many years. This sort of liberating feeling Xiongzhan had never encountered before in so many years of cultivation. Zifeng warded off Xiongzhan's pursuit and attack while being secretly anxious. Why hasn't the Rock Clan's young lord here? Still not coming? This old man really won't be able to withstand it. Taking everything to considerations, I didn't calculate that such a brat would pop out and could actually completely resolve the poison in Xiongzhan's body. The two people's battle commotion in the air was extremely great, but under Xiongzhan's wanton and indiscriminate bombardment, Zifeng already sustained a fair bit of injuries on his body. Xiongzhan was currently fighting fervently and did not think so much at all. But Yi Yuan's brows gradually furrowed together. Zifeng clearly had the ability to escape, but he forcefully endured it and did not leave. If this continued, he would not even have the chance to escape. This Zifeng was evidently a cunning old fox. Logically speaking, he should value his life infinitely. But why did he remain behind? There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. This Zifeng would rather sustain heavy injuries and also wanted to stay behind. There must be an even greater scheme. Could it be that the Purple Flood Dragon clan still had some way out? A foreboding premonition gradually welled up in Yi Yuan's heart. Just as Yi Yuan was wondering on his own, a small black dot appeared far away on the horizons. Yi Yuan discovered this tiny black dot right away. His heart could not help sinking gradually. The small black dot gradually enlarged. Yi Yuan strained his eyes to look at the distance. Turns out that it was a flying carriage. The flying carriage was pulled along by 9 tier 4 flying demonic beasts. The spectacle was extremely grand. This ostentatious display was not an ordinary kind of extravagant. Following the approach of the flying carriage, Xiongzhan and Zifeng clearly noticed it too. When Zifeng saw the flying carriage arriving, his face could not help revealing wild elation. Ha ha ha! Xiongzhan, young Lord Pengyun has arrived. I'll see how you still be arrogant. Today will be the day of extermination of your fire source true Dipper Bear clan. The moment Xiongzhan heard the name Pengyun, his expression involuntarily changed greatly. With a gloomy look, he looked at Zifeng and said, This fellow actually dared to betray Lord Huyen and call in the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan. Bah! Huyen, that fellow might have long be dead already. These dozen over years, their Darkfiend Tiger clan did not look after us the tiniest bit at all. On what basis should my Purple Flood Dragon clan still work ourselves to the bone for them for? Zifeng said, You shut your jinx mouth. Lord Huyan's might is immensely formidable. How can he possibly die? You dared to betray Lord Huyan. Prepare to have an awareness of death, then. Xiongzhan said in an uncontrollable rage, Ha ha, you this dumb bear, who knows how many demon races in the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory have already given rise to the thought. Do you think that there's only my Purple Flood Dragon clan? Only you, this dumb bear, would be foolishly loyal to Hu Yen, that fellow. Today, exterminating you, this big dumb bear, there will naturally be the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan to back me up. Zifeng said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation and could not help recalling Yu Huan's repeated warnings. He also did not think that he would be MP into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan so quickly. If he let them know that he possessed the dragon race's bloodline, his outcome would probably not be good. Listening to it, the Dark Fiend Tiger clan and the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan seemed to be sworn enemies, and the Dark Fiend Tiger clan's boss life or death was unknown currently, resulting in the thoughts of the various subordinate demon clans to drift. The Bear clan was all very simple and honest, and did not give rise to this thought at all. But the Purple Flood Dragon clan, adjacent to them, probably had the intent to rebel long ago already. That was why they threw their lots in with the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan in secret. Yi Yuan saw that an old man accompanied by that flying carriage's side. His strength was unfathomable. He was probably still even stronger than Xiongzhan. This matter today was likely unable to be settled already. That flying carriage came close in front very quickly. A hawk-nosed young man sat in the carriage, looking very haughty, as if everyone in his eyes were like ants. This person was naturally the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord, Peng Yun. At this time, a youth on the other side of the carriage came in front and said to everybody very arrogantly, "Young Lord Peng Yun has arrived. Why haven't you all paid respects?" Zifeng disregarded the wounds on his body and hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lesser Clan Zifeng pays respects to young Lord Peng Yun, Elder Peng Hai." The clan head of a clan, that attitude was unbelievably obsequious, while Xiongzhan had a somber look and did not have the intention of paying respects at all. That youth said in a great rage when he saw the situation, "You, this lowly bear clan, saw young Lord Peng Yun and still not paying respects." The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan also possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Their divine beast bloodline was extremely thick. It was much stronger than the Purple Flood Dragons, Fire Source True Dipper Bears, and the others. Xiongzhan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, Xiongzhan only recognizes Lord Hu Yen, and I don't recognize any young Lord Peng Yun. Want to make me old Xiong pay respects? Dream on." When Yi Yuan heard Xiongzhan's words, he nodded his head slightly too. Among the demon clans, to have such integrity was not easy. One had to know that offending Peng Yun now was risking the danger of clan extermination. But Xiongzhan did not even furrow his brows. The youth exclaimed in a great rage, "Creature that refuses face when given, to actually dare be disrespectful towards young lord. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan is already nearing its end. In the future, this Dongming region, only my Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan have the final say. You still don't know how to appreciate favors. Will exterminate your clan. F***CK, your bulls. HI+T, Lord Hu Yan's means are immensely formidable. You all dare to jump around. You'll be taken care of by him sooner or later one day." Xiongzhan said, "Ha ha ha, you this dumb bear, to actually still harbor illusions about Hu Yen. Let me tell you, Hu Yen was hurt by the Azure Spirit Tree over 10 years ago. Right now, even if he's not dead, he's pretty much a cripple too. This young lord will give you a chance right now. If you're still impervious to sense, today will be the day of your Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's extermination." The Peng Yun, who had not spoken the entire time, finally opened his mouth. Xiongzhan's expression changed, and he could not help looking at the clansman behind him, his face showing a look of reluctance. "Ho, that's it. You, as the clan head, if all your clansmen die at your hands, then you'll be the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's eternal sinner. Can you accept that?" Peng Yun seemed to be able to see through thoughts, guiding gently. Xiongzhan suddenly turned around. Yi Yuan saw it plainly. A drop of tear water actually flowed down from his eye. "Children, do you all fear death or not?" Xiongzhan asked sonorously and imposingly. "Not afraid." Chapter 654, Borrowing Name to Challenge. Chapter 654, Borrowing Name to Challenge. Not afraid. These two words, those bears virtually uttered it in unison from different mouths without the slightest hesitation, bringing along a moving and tragic aura surging towards the sky. The moment these two words came out, it was expressing their will with death. Don't look at how each and every one of these bears was all slow-witted normally. At this time, all of them had lofty and unyielding characters that reached the clouds. To say that they were doomsday heroes was not over the top too. Each and every one of that expression, in Yi Yuan's view, was actually somewhat cute. When Xiongzhan saw this scene, tears involuntarily coursed down his old face. He nodded and said, "Good, good children. Lord, Huyan's debt of grat. 1, 2 towards our bear clan is as weighty as a mountain. Today, we'll repay the favor with death." Xiongzhan turned around abruptly, stared at Peng Yun, and said, "Did you hear that, brat? Want to make my bear clan surrender? Can't do that." Peng Yun originally had a look like everything was under control, but the expression currently was frighteningly grim. Xiongzhan's actions were truly flinging a resounding slap on his face, making him lose all face. "Since that's the case, this young lord will fulfill your wishes. Peng, hi, exterminate them for me." Peng Yun said each word slowly. "Young Lord Peng Yun, Zifeng has a presumptuous request." Peng Hai was just about to make a move when Zifeng suddenly came forward and said. Peng Yun did not even give him a glance and said coldly, "Speak." But Zifeng's gaze was looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Young lord, can you hand that punk over to me?" Xiongzhan, he was originally inflicted with a deadly poison. My purple flood dragon clan could have originally taken down the bear clan as easy as overturning one's hands. Yet this punk opposed young lord and cured Xiongzhan. Hearing Zifeng's words, Xiongzhan's expression could not help changing drastically. Yi Yuan was his benefactor. It was fine if they died. But if they implicated Yi Yuan, he would die with endless regrets. "Zifeng, don't you sow discord here. Yi Yuan doesn't know our two clans matters at all. He only came to help out of goodwill. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Xiongzhan glared fiercely at Zifeng and said. Peng Yun, hearing Zifeng's words, looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, and he said, "Oh, human, this boy only has merely Tier 4 strength, and he could actually resolve the poison in the body of a Tier 6 demon? Looks like he's quite capable. Ah, a pity that he's a human. Otherwise, he could work for me. Since that's the case, kill him then." When Zifeng heard the first half of the sentence, his heart leaped to his throat. He even thought that Peng Yun took fancy upon Yi Yuan's capability. Only upon hearing the last sentence did he finally set his mind at ease. Getting the order, Zifeng had indescribable satisfaction in his heart as he looked at Yi Yuan with a hideous grin and said, "Boy, didn't you want me to come and beat you earlier? Now, I'll see what you have to be stubborn. I'm going to tear this mouth of yours to shreds today, and see if it's really that hard." Xiongzhan was secretly anxious when he saw the situation. He was just about to make a move when he felt an extremely powerful aura lock onto him. This Peng Hai's strength was middle stage tier 6. Moreover, the Rock clan's bloodline strength was exceptionally formidable. Xiongzhan was not a match at all. Xiongzhan hated in his heart if he could break through to middle stage tier 6 earlier. He wouldn't be at the extent of being so helpless right now too. Xiongzhan had the resolve to die long ago. But seeing that Zifeng actually implicated Yi Yuan at this time, the remorse in his heart was indescribable. If he knew that it was this kind of situation long ago, he should have let him leave first after Yi Yuan treated him. Yi Yuan, quickly leave. What old Xiong, I owe you, I'll definitely pay back in my next life. Xiongzhan shouted. Run? Running where? With this old man here. Can he still run? Ha ha ha. Zifeng chuckled madly. Yi Yuan did not move there the whole time, and did not speak either. But at this time, he shot Zifeng a nonchalant glance, and said, Lowly purple flood dragon bloodline is fit to be my opponent too? Even if Zifeng was cunning and experienced with age, he was also infuriated by Yi Yuan's scornful attitude. His purple flood dragon bloodline was one of the branches of the dragon race's bloodlines. Even though the bloodline was very impure, he had the chance to transform from a flood dragon to become a dragon too. Even though this chance was very slim, it did not seem to have any relations with lowly, this word, right? Lowly, you, a puny little human, actually dare to utter such wild ravings. Yi Yuan was completely disinclined to even give him a glance. His body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming dragon pressure. The expressions of all the people present, after witnessing Yi Yuan's dragon pressure, changed drastically. Now, do you still have complaints about me saying that your bloodline is lowly? Yi Yuan said coolly. Feng's expression changed. The smend on his face could not be concealed, no matter what. In front of Yi Yuan, wasn't this purple flood dragon race a lowly bloodline? Flood dragon race, no matter how pure a bloodline flood dragon race, could not compare to the tiniest speck of the dragon race at all. In front of the dragon race, the flood dragon race bloodline was Traz. Plus Yi Yuan calling his bloodline lowly was not wrong at all. All of the demon races present. And, body could refute this sentence of Yi Yuan's, including Peng Yang. Zifeng's face flushed scarlet, wanting to say something, but discovered how feeble words were currently. Yi Yuan did not bother with him, but slowly pulled aside his collar, revealing that piece of reverse scale below his neck. Seeing that piece of emerald green reverse scale, Peng Yun and Xiongzhan's expression changed once more as they cried out in concert, Dragon Lord! Xiongzhan did not think that Yi Yuan was actually this generation's Dragon Lord. He cursed secretly in his heart. The Dragon Lord and the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan were incompatible like water and fire. The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan had once sent out the news that as long as the next Dragon Lord came into being, they would kill the Dragon Lord at all costs. Now, Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to expose his own status as Dragon Lord. Wasn't this courting death? Indeed, Peng Yun's and Peng Hai's expressions currently both changed, becoming rather terrifying. Very clearly, the current Yi Yuan's weight in their eyes had already far surpassed, said Xiongzhan's. Seeing this scene, Xiongzhan's heart involuntarily pounded. Yi Yuan wasn't doing this in order to save the Bear clan, right? But his strength was only tier 4. Wasn't doing so striking a rock with an egg. It was just that no matter what the result was, the favor that Xiongzhan owed Yi Yuan this time was I heard that my predecessor once killed a rock young lord. Didn't think that I'd run into the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan again today. Really quite fated. It's just that I don't know if you have the guts to have a battle with me. Yi Yuan looked straight at Peng Yun. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge Peng Yun. One had to know that Peng Yun was late-stage Tier 5, while Yi Yuan was only middle-stage Tier 4. This huge disparity in strength was also too great. Even if Yi Yuan was the Dragon Lord and possessed true dragon bloodline, the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's bloodline power was extremely formidable too. Even though it could not compare to the dragon races, it still belonged to a first-rate bloodline. Adding in that his strength was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan's, there was simply no fight between the two. When Peng Hai saw Yi Yuan challenge Peng Yun, he could not help knitting his brows together slightly. Taking a step forward, he said, "Young lord, this old man will go and kill him." "Hang on." Peng Yun slowly got up from the flying carriage, walked in front of Peng Hai with his hands behind his back, and said, "The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's humiliation must be washed away by the Rock clan's young lord. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This young lord will fulfill your wish today." Chapter 655. Challenging the Other Party's Forte. Chapter 655. Challenging the Other Party's Forte. "Young lord, you mustn't fall for this boy's trickery. He laid everything bare and challenged you. He probably has ill intent." Peng Hai warned. Peng Yun smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Hai, you're also too cautious. My strength, could you still not be aware? With my strength, if I can't even take down a puny little Tier 4 Dragon Lord, how will I command the Dongming region in the future? If I don't even dare to accept the challenge of the Dragon Lord, what qualifications do I still have to inherit the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan? Whatever moves he has, just unleash them. This young lord will receive it all." Indeed, this was a certain win battle. Peng Yun had no reason to refuse. Tier 5 against Tier 4. There was a difference of a major boundary. If he could still lose like this, then this Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan successor, would also have no face to come out and mix around in the future. Yi Yuan highlighting his Dragon Lord ident. 1. Peng Yun would have to accept this challenge. The entire Dongming region all knew that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock's young lord had died at the hands of the previous generation's Dragon Lord before. If he did not accept Yi Yuan's challenge, he would be a complete and utter wuss. Yi Yuan was forcing him to the bitter end here. Of course, in Peng Yun's view, Yi Yuan was forcing himself to the bitter end. When Peng Hai heard Peng Yun say so, he naturally knew that he could not very well stop this either. But he would be sure to keep an eye tightly on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan had any weird ideas, he must deal a lightning-quick blow. Peng Yun got down from the flying carriage and came before Yi Yuan. Shaking his head disdainfully, he said, "Didn't expect that this generation's Dragon Lord's strength is actually so lousy. If not for you, Flass. Plussing the reverse scale, I'd even somewhat suspect that you're a fake." Yi Yuan was obviously fake. How was he some Dragon Lord? But at this time, Yi Yuan was very grateful for this Dragon Lord ident. This Peng Yun's appearance was too sudden. Yi Yuan did not have time to prepare anything. Hence, ever since Peng Yun appeared, Yi Yuan had been pondering on how to respond the entire time. And the Dragon Lord ident. Tai was his only choice. "Ho, your predecessor was slaughtered by my predecessor. And today's results won't have any difference. Although the Great Rock clan has some skill, they are at the very best just an upstart too, forever too inferior to show in public," Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. To the 4 divine beasts, this level of divine beast, the other demon races were all upstarts. The dragon race had this confidence and also this pride. Yi Yuan's performance made Peng Yun believe his ident. Tai even more, because the previous generation Dragon Lord was as rampant as Yi Yuan. Peng Yun's expression was dark as he said, "Creature who don't know life from death. To actually dare goad this young lord's baseline. You'll die very horribly, even though the dragon race's might was universally acknowledged in this prohibited demon region. Apart from the appearance of a dragon lord every few years, there were no dragons existing. Of course, there might be inside there. It was just that, inside, there was cut off from the world. Regardless of what happened in the outside world, they would not intervene either. Even though they did not know where on earth the Dragon Lord came from, the greatest possibility was there. Because that place, it was the most mysterious place. As mysterious as the Dragon Lord. There had been records of dragon lords being killed before in history, but there had been no reaction from that place. It was precisely because of this that the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan had the confidence to raise a hue and cry. If from inside there had been any stirrings, what did the Dragon Lord killing the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord count for? Peng Yun's Tier 5 aura was released fully. The pressure of the Great Rock bloodline was released, instantaneously enveloping everybody inside. When Xiongzhan saw this scene, his heart could not help sinking. He also did not expect that Peng Yun's divine beast Kuan Peng bloodline would actually be so thick. It had most probably already said the previous generation's Great Rock young lord. Peng Yun's strength was much stronger compared to ordinary late-stage Tier 5s. Xiongzhan's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan, and starting worrying for him. Compared to Peng Yun, Yi Yuan's strength was seriously too weak. Furthermore, demons possessing Kuan Peng bloodline, their speed were all very heaven-defying. Xiongzhan could not see the tiniest bit of hope of Yi Yuan obtaining victory at all. Boom! At virtually the same instance, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed too, directly breaking through to peak 6th level. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Initially, Fiery was only Tier 4, and already did not have much effect on the present Yi Yuan. But now, Fiery broke through to Tier 5. The power of Yi Yuan's Origin Spirit 9 transformations was manifested once again. Seeing this scene, Peng Hai's brows involuntarily knitted slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by this move of Yi Yuan and also could not help worrying for Peng Yun. Not knowing why, Peng Hai kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was not simple. Peng Yun himself was only slightly surprised. He gave a cold smile indifferently soon after and said, "Indeed have some capabilities. It's just that like this is still inadequate." Finished talking. Everyone had not reacted to it, but Peng Yun's entire person already vanished from sight. Boom! Peng Yun struck Yi Yuan directly with a palm. Everyone was greatly frightened. This scene seriously happened too, suddenly. Could it be that Yi Yuan was finished off effortlessly like this? Yet, only when everyone came to their senses did they notice something amiss. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly fine. A faint smile was still hanging at the corners of his mouth. Then, Yi Yuan's figure gradually dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. Everyone says that the Kuan Peng divine beast speed is unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, it's also nothing more than this. Yi Yuan's faint voice drifted over, filled with contempt. Peng Yun's expression fell slightly as he said, "No wonder you dared to challenge this young lord. Turns out that you're quite capable in terms of speed. However, do you think that this is enough? Too naive." Peng Yun's bloodline power undulated out. His speed instantly rose to the peak. Plussing straight for Yi Yuan. With this, his speed was several times swifter than just now. This was a deadly tempo. Apart from the few Tier 6 experts present, there was body who could see Peng Yun's trajectory clearly at all. The Rock Clan's speed claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. It was indeed not for show. Yet, the next instant, something that made everyone's jaws drop even more happened. Yi Yuan's figure also suddenly vanished from sight. The two people were actually like air, disappeared. How swift a speed does this need? These two people's speed are simply unimaginable. Young Lord Peng Yun's speed being fast is something within expectations. But what's going on with that Yi Yuan? When has the dragon race's speed be this swift too? Young Lord Peng Yun's bloodline power absolutely said the previous generations. This speed is heaven-defying level. This Yi Yuan could actually draw with young Lord Peng Yun in terms of speed. To be able to clash head-on in speed with the Rock Clan, it's still my first time seeing. Everyone was amazed by Yi Yuan's speed. It was too terrifying. These two people's compet. One, Taiyan in speed compared to Yi Yuan's compet. One, Taiyan in speed with Wolf Fang back then was simply a great sorcerer meeting a small apprentice. Yet, Peng Yun's speed being fast was within reason. But Yi Yuan's speed made everyone all feel very astounded. Battling with the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan, it basically needed to rely on absolute strength to overwhelm. To want to catch up to them in terms of speed was simply a pipe dream. But now, Yi Yuan swept away the faces of all the rocks resplendently in terms of speed. Chapter 656. Soul Victor. Chapter 656. Soul Victor Peng Yun's mood right now was extremely similar to Wolf Fang's back then. Clearly, his speed was a bit faster than Yi Yuan's. But each time he caught up to Yi Yuan, his body would always sink without rhyme or reason, slowing a tiny bit of speed. Except, just this tiny bit made him forever unable to catch up to Yi Yuan. This sort of feeling, there was no need to talk about how depressing it was. Kuan Peng bloodline was well deserving of being the most skilled in speed among the divine beast bloodlines. Even with Yi Yuan's wind thunder extreme light shuttling arc cultivated to minor accomplishment realm, it was still slightly inferior to Peng Yun. But adding in the origin magnetic field, Peng Yun could forget about catching up to him. With a swoosh, Yi Yuan directly dashed out several miles away. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Peng Yu brought out his true power too, chasing after without any hesitation. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was also an extremely proud race. With his most proficient speed being unable to obtain victory, this made Peng Yun feel an utter loss of face. Yet, when Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. Young lord, careful! At the same time, Peng Hai attacked like lightning. But even if he was a Tier 6 expert, going from being stationary to movement still needed some time. However, Yi Yuan and Peng Yun were in the midst of high-speed movement. This slight time difference was sufficient. What Yi Yuan was waiting for was this moment. Void, escape, thunderous explosion talisman. Explode for me. Yi Yuan roared, directly throwing the last remaining void escape thunderous explosion talisman on him at Peng Yun. This change was too sudden. Peng Yun could not react at all. Originally, it was a one-sided situation. How could Peng Yun think that Yi Yuan could release such a horrifying attack? Caught by surprise with this, how could he parry it in time? Only to see dozens of bolts of terrifying lightning land blasted right onto Peng Yun's body. Arc. Peng Yun suffered heavy injuries straight away, falling down. Young lord. Right then, Peng Hai arrived. However, how could Yi Yuan give him any chance? Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan already planned out every segment. That far escape earlier seemed to be casual. Actually, the distance was planned out long ago. Even though this Peng Hai's speed was fast, Yi Yuan was only 100 feet away from Peng Yun. The moment Peng Yun got hit, Yi Yuan already sped over with extreme speed. In an instant, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the Peng Yun, who was currently falling down rapidly. A finger pointed at the middle of his back. Stop! Yi Yuan grabbed hold of Peng Yun and shouted. Peng Hai's figure stopped abruptly, and he said sternly, "If you dare to harm a hair of young Lord Peng Yun's, I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I've already inserted essence fire into his meridians. As long as you dare to take another step forward, I'll burn him into a roasted great rock first. Do you believe or not?" Peng Hai's expression was frighteningly grim, but really did not dare to come forward. Meridians were not just humans' most fragile area. It was likewise demons' most fragile area. Once the essence fire erupted, it was not a joking matter. Boy, you have such deep scheme. At this time, how could Peng Hai still not tell that the situation in front of him was all cooked up by Yi Yuan single-handedly? To be able to find this ray of hope under such an adverse circumstance, this boy was indeed someone who had great wisdom. If it were other times, Peng Hai would surely have to praise Yi Yuan's performance highly. But right now, he was hostile with Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan even captured Peng Yun to be a hostage. Peng Hai wished that he could eat his flesh. Is that so? You guys looting a burning house isn't considered deep scheming? Yi Yuan refuted without any hesitation. Truthfully speaking, today's situation was practically a lost game. Yi Yuan also stumbled upon a dragon lord item. 1. Tie by chance to be able to provoke Peng Yun into taking action. Otherwise, even if he had the void escape thunderous explosion talisman, how could he possibly be Peng Yun's match to? Towards this 1,000-mountain great rock clan, Yi Yuan obviously did not have any favorable impression. Enough C.R.A.P. Quickly let young lord go. I can spare your life. Peng Hai said. Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Do you take me for a fool? If I released him, would you let me leave alive?" Peng Hai's brows furrowed, and he said, "Then what do you want?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "You kill Zifeng first, then bring your men, and get lost from here." By the side, Zifeng was already dazed from watching long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he involuntarily shuddered. He never could have thought that the situation would turn around so quickly. Just now, it was still him wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this short while, it became Yi Yuan wanting to kill him. Lord Peng Hai, don't listen to that brat talking rumpus. H. Plus Zifeng is loyal and devoted to Lord Peng Tian. The heaven can bear witness. Zifeng said with a mournful face. Ha ha ha. Zifeng, since you say that you're loyal and devoted, then you naturally have to use your life to exchange for young Lord Peng Yun's life, isn't it? Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Zifeng's face immediately became black, like the bottom of a pot, as he cursed inwardly. This boy is really hard to tangle with, digging a pit for your father to jump. Punk, don't sow discord here. If you don't release young Lord Peng Yun, you can forget about leaving here today. Zifeng said furiously. Facing this sort of non-threatening threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He said with a SN. 1 G-G-E-R. Looks like in your heart, this old life of yours is still more precious than young Lord Peng Yun's. Sigh. As Yi Yuan said, he even shook his head and sighed. That appearance was simply asking for a beating to the max. Zifeng cursed fervently in his heart, yet he was helpless against Yi Yuan. Forget about him. Right now, even Peng Hai was holding back from taking action out of fear. They did not have the capital to bargain at all. As long as Yi Yuan lightly spat out force, Peng Yun would croak right away. Boy, you... Zifeng was just about to curse angrily, but was stopped by Peng Hai with a hand gesture. Peng Hai shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, as long as you release young lord, any condition is open for discussion. My 1,000-mountain great rock clan has everything you desire. As long as you open your mouth, we will be able to take it out. Once Zifeng heard that Peng Hai did not have the intention of killing him, he was also considerably more at ease in his heart and shut his mouth sensibly. Yet, right at this time, a wave of powerful demonic essence erupted out suddenly. That instant just now was precisely the instant that Zifeng was the most relaxed. He completely did not think that Peng Hai would suddenly launch an attack. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Bang! An immensely huge palm force directly imprinted onto Zifeng's forehead. Before dying, Zifeng was still glaring with wide, round eyes, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Clan Head! Lord Clan Head! How could the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's clansmen expect such a change to happen? Each and every one of them looked at Zifeng's corpse with deep hatred and resentment, still not daring to believe everything that happened in front of them. What in the world happened? Wasn't coming today to exterminate the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan. Why did Clan Head die first instead? The entire incident struck one snag after another. From the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's great army bearing down on the border, to Xiongzhan showing up and overturning the raging tides, then to Peng Yin showing up and overpowering Xiongzhan, then to Yi Yuan trigger young lord and capturing Peng Yin alive. The development of today's situation seriously made everyone unable to take it all in with their eyes. However, Zifeng's death made everyone all understand that today's victor was only one person. That person was Yi Yuan. Chapter 657. Displaying meager skill before an expert. Chapter 657. Displaying meager skill before an expert, Yi Yuan did not think that this Peng Hai would actually be so decisive either, killing right away. But Yi Yuan was clear in his heart. This sly old fox knew that Zifeng must die today. That was why he killed ruthlessly. Yi Yuan was also someone extremely decisive and could not possibly tolerate Zifeng, such a Tier 6 expert, to live in the world. This was an immense threat to him. In addition, Peng Hai wanted to use this sort of method to shock him, Wisconsin I, plussing to make him not act rashly without careful thought. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. Could this bit of method stun him with awe? Zifeng is already dead. Can you release young lord yet? You should know that even if you really killed young lord, you'll also be buried with him. Not just you. All the people present would all have to be buried with young lord, including me. If Peng Yun were killed by people under Peng Hai's protection, it would surely be hard for Peng Hai to absolve himself from the blame. Then the final outcome was Peng Hai killing all of the people, then committing suicide himself. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Peng Hai as if he was in the middle of struggling inside his heart. I can hand over to you, but how will you ensure my safety? You also know that Peng Yun is my only trump card. If after I release him, you don't acknowledge what you said, won't I have to stretch my neck out to be chopped off? Yi Yuan said. Peng Hai, seeing that Yi Yuan seemed to be loosening up, could not help being overjoyed in his heart. He was still too young in the end. Even though he was decisive in going for the kill and highly intelligent, slightly scaring him a bit, and his confidence spilled out. But Peng Hai did not show the slightest hint on his face, and said seriously, "That's easy. I can swear a heavenly Tao oath. This way, you can put your mind at ease, right?" Once Yi Yuan heard, the expression on his face involuntarily eased up and said, "You swear a heavenly Tao oath first, then talk." Peng Hai seemed to be eager to save his master, and he did not hesitate either, directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. Peng Hai, take an oath in the name of heavenly Tao. As long as Yi Yuan releases young Lord Peng Yun, Peng Hai, absolutely won't kill him. If I violate this oath, heavenly Tao, please rain down punishment. Finished talking, Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said, "How is it? Now you can relax, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and seemed to have finally set his mind at ease towards Peng Hai. He was just about to hand Peng Yun to Peng Hai, but heard Xiongzhan yell out, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him. This fellow definitely has ill intentions." Peng Hai did not expect for Xiongzhan to cut in rudely at this time. His expression could not help darkening slightly as he said, "Xiongzhan, you don't slander people. I've already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. What else do you still want? Could it be that you want me to commit suicide before you're satisfied?" Xiongzhan could not help choking up when he heard this. He could not find words to refute. He only faintly sensed that there was something amiss. That was why he voiced out to warn. But to really want him to say, he also could not say what was amiss. In the end, the Bear Clan's head was still not too useful. Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, "Senior Peng Hai even swore a deadly oath, and Zifeng was killed too. Of course, he can be trusted. Catch well." As he said, Yi Yuan pushed lightly, pus. Plussing Peng Yun to Peng Hai. Peng Hai gently received the unconscious Peng Yun, his expression instantly becoming grim. He handed Peng Yun to that youth behind him and said with a cold smile, "Ha, you're still too young, believing people so easily. To dare hurt young Lord Peng Yun. Everyone present today, apart from Yi Yuan, all have to die." Peng Hai was a notable figure of a region, too. When had he been coerced by people like this before? Regarding Yi Yuan, he wished that he could kill and be merry after. But due to the heavenly Tao oath just now, he did not dare to make a move. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, "Senior, you already swore the heavenly Tao oath. How can you go against it?" Peng Hai said with a loud guffaw, "Young man, I only said to not kill you, but didn't say to not harm you. As long as I don't kill you and capture you back to slowly torture, the heavenly Tao oath won't descend punishment. Ha ha ha." At the thought of being proud of himself, Peng Hai could not help bursting into laughter, but did not detect a hint of sneer flash across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The laughter gradually stopped. Peng Hai seethed with killing intent and said, "Boy, you have much to learn." Peng Hai's overwhelming aura was released, making everyone's faces all change color, including Xiongzhan. But right at this time, a tragic cry broke apart this abnormal atmosphere. Peng Hai's imposing momentum suddenly ceased, instantly vanished. Plussing without a trace. The pressure on everyone's body suddenly lightened. This miserable cry was naturally emitted out of Peng Yun. When Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. "Boy, what did you do to him?" Peng Hai questioned. Yi Yuan laughed and said, "I already gave you a chance, but you yourself don't know how to grasp it well. This time, I even showed leniency. His injuries still have a chance to be treated. However, there won't be a next chance." Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually became icy, killing intent seething. How could Peng Hai's tiny trick possibly hoodwink Yi Yuan? This sort of hole to crawl through in a heavenly Tao oath. It was long played rotten at the divine realm. This Peng Hai actually still used this sort of small trick to bluff him, simply courting death. Yi Yuan and Fiery's thoughts were already interconnected. Earlier, Yi Yuan inserted a wisp of Fiery's clone into Peng Yun's meridians. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take Peng Yun's little life at any time. Hence, whether or not Peng Yun was in Yi Yuan's hands, it was actually all the same. Peng Hai took back Peng Yun and thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but never dreamed that he was actually being toyed with within Yi Yuan's palm all along. As long as Peng Yun did not die, even if Peng Hai had greater fury, he had to force it back to you. What a terrific lad! What a fine dragon lord! Today's matter, this Peng has remembered it. Make sure not to fall into this Peng's hands. Let's go. Finished talking, Peng Hai brought Peng Yun and left without even turning back. After Peng Hai left, the Purple Flood Dragon clan immediately scattered like birds and animals. They had already betrayed the dark-themed Tiger clan and could not possibly be accepted by the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan too. In the future, they could only find a place to tuck their tails and live. Xiongzhan came to Yi Yuan's side. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was filled with veneration. Yes, a Tier 6 expert produced a mentality called veneration towards a Tier 4 Soul C realm martial artist. Today's matter's unforeseen accidents were too great. Xiongzhan had already made the preparations for his entire clan to die, but this Tier 4 youth before his eyes actually relied on his own strength to overturn the raging tides. Truly heaven-defying, the entire Fire Source True Dipperbear clan only survived thanks to Yi Yuan, counting in Yi Yuan helping him to remove fire poison prior to this. Within one short day, Yi Yuan already saved him, this Tier 6 powerhouse, twice. This favor was Ma's Civ. Xiongzhan represents the entire Fire Source True Dipperbear clan to thank Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Xiongzhan came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed deeply. Yi Yuan supported Xiongzhan and said smilingly, "Clan head Xiongzhan don't need to be courteous. I'm not some dragon lord, Your Excellency. Just now, I only set off as the dragon lord due to circumstances." Xiongzhan said in amazement, "You possess orthodox dragon race bloodline and also have a reverse scale on your body. How could you possibly not be Dragon Lord, His Excellency?" Yi Yuan said with a chuckle, "Yes means yes, no means no. Why would I need to be pretentious? All right, this matter is over. I should move out and head for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan." Chapter 658, Real and Fake Dragon Lord. Chapter 658, Real and Fake Dragon Lord. Will the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stage a comeback and take revenge on us or not? Xiongzhan said with a heart loaded with anxiety. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan was famed for being domineering. Losing such an immense amount of face here today, it was impossible for it to be dropped like this. Once they came to take revenge, the Fire Source True Dipperbear clan would be the first to bear the brunt. With the Bear clan's present strength, they could not even resist a Peng Hai. It was completely impossible to be their match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No need to worry. If that Great Rock clan really cares about this whatever young Lord Peng Yun's life, they shouldn't come over in the short term." Xiongzhan raised his eyebrows and asked, "What's the meaning of that, Dragon Lord?" "Having the meridians burned by my essence fire, how can wanting to treat it be that easy? If the Great Rock clan doesn't have a shaman with superb alchemy path strength, they would most likely still have to come and beg me in the end," Yi Yuan said confidently. Burning the meridians could be divided into many different types. Since Yi Yuan took action, how could he finish the job carelessly and leave behind future trouble for himself? After that Peng Yun returned, he more or less had to suffer for a while too. How could the Great Rock clan be in the mood to deal with a puny little bear clan? The moment Xiongzhan recalled Yi Yuan's fire-controlling measures that reached the acme of perfection, he could not help shuddering. This essence fire could treat people. It could naturally also ruin people. If Yi Yuan gave him a shot when he was treating him, he would have long been burned to ashes now. With Yi Yuan's ability, wanting to perform a bit of trickery in Peng Yun's meridians was simply too easy. Dragon Lord indeed has great skills. Xiongzhan admires. However, since Dragon Lord wants to go to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, I'll travel together with you. Then, the Rock Clan is concocting a sinister plot. I must inform Lord Huyen. Additionally, I'm also a little worried about Lord Huyen, Xiongzhan said. Peng Yun's words made Xiongzhan very concerned about Huyan's safety. He definitely would not be at ease without going to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan to take a look. Regarding Xiongzhan insisting on addressing him as Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan did not rectify. He already explained it before. Whether Xiongzhan believed or not was his matter. As for Xiongzhan accompanying him to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, Yi Yuan naturally did not have any objections. With Xiongzhan, this head clan's recommendation, presumably going to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, would be much easier. At this time, Uxin and Yushu's guide mission was naturally considered completed too. Under Yi Yuan's request, Xiongzhan arranged for Xiongtai to personally send the two of them back to the clan. In between, this naturally still could not dispense with reluctance to part. But the two of them were considered sensible too, and knew that the matters at the back were not what they could get involved in. Of course, Yi Yuan refined a few kinds of medicinal pills for the two of them, guaranteeing them to break through to middle stage tier 5. Naturally did not have too big an issue. Settling everything, Yi Yuan headed for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory together with Xiongzhan. Arg. Pain. It hurts to death. Let me die. Sea Clan head, kill me. In the Rock Clan, a series of miserable wails transmitted out from time to time, sounding incomparably pitiful and shrill. These miserable wails were naturally from none other than precisely the Peng Yun whose meridians were burned by Yi Yuan. Seeing that wretched appearance of Peng Yun's, clan head Peng Tian's brows involuntarily knitted together. What are you all getting paid for? Yun'er only had his meridians burned by a tier 5 essence fire. You guys are all tier 6 shamans, and are actually at a loss on what to do? The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was one of the 2 strongest demon clans in Dongming region. Among them, tier 6 powerhouses were plenty. There was naturally no lack of tier 6 shamans. It was just that among these tier 6 shamans, there was actually not a single one who could treat Peng Yun's injuries, leaving him no choice but to be furious. Peng Yun's Kuan Peng bloodline was hard to come by in hundreds of years. If there were any mishap, Peng Tian would really rampage. A tier 6 shaman among them came forward and said, "Clan head, Peng Yun's meridian burns are extraordinary. The methods of the person who executed the skill are extremely ingenious. The positions of some burns are very sensitive. A careless move, and not only will it not treat his injuries, but it might also even damage his meridians instead, making a fool of oneself by trying to be clever. Currently, this sort of situation, we can only suppress his injuries with medicinal pills to prevent them from deteriorating." Peng Tian's expression was dark. Clearly, he was very displeased towards such an excuse. "Then your meaning is to let Yun'er carry on like this all the way?" That shaman hurriedly said, "This, in order to untie the knot, the one who tied it is required. This person's skills is exceedingly exquisite and understands the meridians of demons extremely well. His shamanic path strength is absolutely above ours. If he came, he would surely be able to treat young lords' meridians." The alchemy path was called the shamanic path among demons, but it was merely the form of address that was different. The principle was all interlinked. What was different was that the division of the demon race's meridians was vastly different from the human race. In the entire divine realm, those able to cultivate both the human race's and demon race's alchemy path to this sort of realm was also just Yi Yuan. During his previous life, Ji Qingyun had no shortage of being invited by the demon race's major powers to refine pills to save people. He had a massive number of connections among the demon races too. Peng Tian suddenly waved his hand, indicating for those shamans to withdraw. After they left, Peng Tian suddenly said, "Peng Hai, you're certain that the one you guys ran into was the Dragon Lord?" Peng Hai had been standing at one side with his hands by the sides all along, not daring to speak. Only seeing Peng Tian question at this time, did he answer. He said, Yes, clan head. This subordinate saw the reverse scale on his body with my own eyes. I absolutely won't be mistaken. Peng Tian said with a cold smile. Is that so? Then why have I already received news on my side that the Dragon Lord has already appeared at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan? Peng Hai could not help being greatly surprised when he heard. Calculating according to the time, Yi Yuan should just be reaching the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan right now. But the news Peng Tian received was clearly already several days ago. Didn't that mean that two dragon lords appeared at the same time? What in the world was going on here? Clan head, this. Peng Hai knew that Peng Tian absolutely would not be joking with him, and could not help becoming absent-minded. Ha ha, looks like the Dragon Lord coming into being this time will be quite fun. Peng Hai, you immediately depart for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan now, and find that boy called Yi Yuan. No matter how great a price you expend, you must make him treat Peng Yun, Peng Tian said. This, Peng Hai said worriedly. Rest assured. Even if Hu Yen isn't dead right now, he definitely can't even fend for himself too. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll only give you 4 words. Act according to Circu. Stances. Got it, Peng Tian said. Peng Hai knew that this calamity could not be avoided and could only nod his head, and said, yes, subordinate understands. Halt! Who are you people? Yi Yuan and Xiong Zhan arrived at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan, and was stopped by people very quickly. Xiong Zhan took a step forward and reported his family clan. I'm the Fire Source True Dipper Bear Clan's clan head, Xiong Zhan. I have important matters to request an audience with Lord Hu Rong. This one beside me is this generation's Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan. But who knew that Tiger Clan member's expression changed, and he said, Xiong Zhan, such immense gall you have. What are your motives for bringing a fake dragon lord forward to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan? Xiong Zhan could not help being stupefied when he heard that, taking a look at the Yi Yuan beside him. Then glancing at that Tiger Clan member, he said, You don't make slanderous remarks. Yi Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline, and has a reverse scale on him too. Who is he if not the Dragon Lord? Chapter 659, Tiger Clans Call into Question. Chapter 659, Tiger Clans Call into Question. Then, that's strange. The Dragon Lord is clearly a guest inside my Tiger Clan currently. Why would another Dragon Lord appear out of thin air? Come men, take down these 2 people concocting a sinister plot for me, and await disposal, the Tiger Clan member said with a cold smile. In his view, this Xiong Zhan fabricating a Dragon Lord definitely had malicious motives. Right then, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, You see, I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord, right? But you just didn't believe. Now, we've made a fool out of ourselves, right? When Yi Yuan said these words, the Tiger Clan member naturally felt that he was weaseling his way out. Wicked plot failed to prevail, so he wanted to use such a method to escape. How could it be that easy? Thinking of going back on your words now. Too late. The Tiger Clan member's expression changed as he extended his hand, like capturing Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. The dragon pressure in his body erupted out abruptly. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm directly sent that Tiger Clan member flying. This tiger was an initial stage Tier 5, who originally thought that taking down Yi Yuan, wasn't it still easily done? But who knew that Yi Yuan actually defeated him in one move? Very clearly, Yi Yuan did not wish to blow the matter up and already pulled his punches. Yi Yuan's attack was not heavy. The injuries on this tiger's body were not severe. It was just that the dragon pressure Yi Yuan emitted made him greatly astonished. This dragon pressure was extremely pure. What was this if not orthodox dragon race bloodline? This, How could there be two dragon lords showing up? Who is it to actually dare act wildly in my dark fiend tiger clan? The commotion here finally attracted quite a number of Tiger Clan members. A youth took the lead and came forward to rebuke. Yi Yuan said coolly, "We came to deliver news out of goodwill. And your Tiger Clan wants to capture people right away. Is this your way of treating guests?" And Human said that youth in surprise. "Young Lord Hushao, this person possess extremely pure dragon blood. Just now, he even called himself a dragon lord." That tiger, who was beaten down by Yi Yuan, already recovered at this time and came forward to clarify the situation. This youth was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's young lord. Hearing his clansmen say so, Hu Zhao's brows raised up, and he said with a mocking laugh, "Dragon Lord? What a joke!" Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Zhao and said coolly, "Young Lord Hu Zhao, is it? It's just a misunderstanding. I possess dragon blood and gave birth to a reverse scale. Previously, I was forced to impersonate as the Dragon Lord and fought a great battle with Peng Yun. That's why Senior Xiongzhan would be mistaken about me. You exchanged blows with Peng Yun? Ha ha, what a colossal joke. How could your bit of strength possibly be Peng Yun's match?" Hu Zhao seemed to have heard some hilarious joke. Yi Yuan was merely just middle stage tier 4. How could he possibly be Peng Yun's match? When boasting, one needed to boast something a bit more believable too. Xiongzhan did not speak the entire time, but hearing Hu Zhao be so contemptuous towards Yi Yuan at this time, he was displeased. "Young Lord Hu Zhao, this matter is absolutely true. My entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan can bear witness for him. If not for Yi Yuan, my Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan would have been fully exterminated already. Old Xiong, I came here today in order to report this matter to Lord Hu Rong. Didn't expect that I was actually taken to have ulterior motives. Humph. Yi Yuan, let's go. Didn't think that after my bear clan resisted foreign enemies with a will to die, what it exchanged for was such a result. Lord Huyen had no news for many years. Looks like the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan has really gone sour." The Tiger Clan's attitude also deeply hurt Xiongzhan's heart, making him, a high elder, feel bitterly disappointed. Recalling back then, when Lord Huyen was around, the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan quashed the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan until they could not even lift their heads. Now, haha, Xiongzhan did not bother with Hu Zhao either, turning right around and left. Xiongzhan was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert. There were really not many people able to stop him. Right then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Xiongzhan, since who knows when, and blocked his path. "Younger brother Xiongzhan, don't get angry. Young people are insensible. Don't haggle about it with them. You're my Dark Fiend Tiger Clan domains, High Elder. Anyone might have ulterior motives, but you won't even have any," the person said to Xiongzhan with a smile, like old friends catching up. When Xiongzhan saw the arrival, his eyes involuntarily reddened as he said, "Lord, Hu Rong, long time no see." Hu Rong sighed lightly and said, "Sigh, yes, really long time no see." Inside the clan, when Hu Rong heard Xiongzhan's battle report, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan deeply. He was seriously unable to imagine how this tier 4 youth before his eyes accomplished to this step. Xiongzhan's words sounded just like talking about a book from the heaven. There was no proof whatsoever. In the middle of a bunch of tier 5 and tier 6 experts, a tier 4 youth led the battle situation, making use of another person's hands to kill a tier 6 expert and severely injuring Peng Yun. This series of events sounded somewhat preposterous, no matter what. When Xiongzhan finished talking, Hu Rong nodded his head and said, "Turns out that in between this, so many things actually happened. Younger brother Xiongzhan has worked hard. It's getting late today. You and this little brother rest in the clan first. I'll reward the two of you tomorrow with a feast tomorrow. Xiongzhan was not a fool, and naturally could tell that Hu Rong did not believe the words he said. But Xiongzhan also knew that all of this that he said was seriously somewhat too fantastical to imagine. Listening to it really seemed like weaving a story. If he did not see with his own eyes but was relayed to him by other people, he definitely would not believe it. Xiongzhan nodded his head and turned around and left with Yi Yuan. After the two left, Hu Rong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Shower, how much of Xiongzhan's words do you think can be trusted?" Hu Shao scurried out from inside and shook his head and said, "This child feels that there isn't an iota of credibility, that Yi Yuan only has tier 4 strength. Even if he really had the ability to cross boundaries to battle, how could he possibly defeat Peng Yun? Furthermore, what the Rock clan is most proficient in is speed. To let a tier 4 martial artist go and compete in speed with a late-stage tier 5 Peng Yun. Isn't this a joke?" Hu Rong nodded his head, but he did not comment anything. He then asked, "Is the person sent out already?" Hu Shao nodded and said, "Already sent out. But the quickest, most likely also needs 3 to 4 days' time before it can be thoroughly investigated. Xiongzhan is our Dark Fiend Tiger clan's elder. Back then, he received Big Brother's great grace. Presumably, he won't betray the Tiger clan. Rather, that youth has unclear origins. There's no choice but to guard against him. If there's really any problem, it's almost certain to have been planned by that youth. Sigh. If Big Brother could take a turn for the better, we wouldn't be at an extent of quaking in our boots these few years, either, akin to treading on thin ice." Hu Rong said, "Sigh. That's also something that can't be helped." Hu Shao followed up with a sigh. Suddenly his eyes swiveled around, and he moved closer to Hu Rong and said, "Uncle Rong, why not send somebody to go and test that boy a bit? Whether he's really capable or bragging, wouldn't it be out with a probe?" "You're saying, didn't that boy claim to be the Dragon Lord? Then let's make the Real Dragon Lord exchange blows with him, and see who's the real Dragon Lord." Hu Shao felt that this idea was pretty good, and said proudly. Hu Rong's eyes lit up, and he said, "This idea is not bad. The Dragon Lord's ident. 1. Tai is extraordinary. Once he knows that somebody impersonated him, he probably won't tolerate the other party's existence." Chapter 660. Long Tongue's Unexpected Invitation. Chapter 660. Long Tongue's Unexpected Invitation. "Yi Yuan, you're really not the Dragon Lord?" After settling down, the first question Xiongzhan asked was ascertaining the issue of Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai. Yi Yuan said helplessly, "I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord long ago." "But you clearly have a reverse scale on you. Apart from the Dragon Lord, how can a reverse scale possibly appear on the bodies of other people?" Xiongzhan could not figure it out even after racking his brain. In this deprohibited demon region, a reverse scale would only appear on the bodies of the genuine dragon race. If Yi Yuan was not the Dragon Lord, who on earth was he? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Who said that having a reverse scale is the Dragon Lord? Anyway, I'm indeed not the Dragon Lord." Xiongzhan was speechless and only said after a long time, "All right then, drop this matter for now. The news that we brought, Lord Hu Rong doesn't believe it at all. Sigh, talking about it is vexing too. If Lord Hu Yen was around, why would there be a need for me, this puny little bear race, to worry about this matter? What do you think we should do now?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "One word, wait." "Wait." Xiongzhan said, baffled, "That's right. Just set your mind at ease. And stay here will do. After a few days, we'll naturally see the outcome," Yi Yuan said coolly, seemingly indifferent. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, and he entered inside the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh! Senior Longtongue, you're looking for me? A person appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. It was precisely Longtongue. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the vast heaven pag, oh, duh, this fellow had always been deep in slumber. This was still his first time coming out to speak, but did not know for what. But Longtongue frowned slightly and said, "There's a dragon race's little bee, A-S-T-A-R-D nearby." Yi Yuan gave Longtongue a glance rather surprisedly, thinking to himself, why did this fellow have such a great grievance towards the dragon race? Longtongue normally appeared to be unwilling to expend the tiniest speck of energy. That was why he was in a state of deep sleep all along. Today, for the sake of a nearby dragon, he actually materialized a clone out. Yi Yuan reckoned that this dragon lord was roughly similar in strength with that Hu Shao and Peng Yun too. To Longtongue, he was just a junior. Was there a need to raise such a big ruckus? Senior is impressive. There is indeed a dragon nearby. He claims to be the dragon lord. Yi Yuan said honestly, even though he had not met the dragon lord, without a doubt, that fellow was definitely a dragon. Longtongue's expression turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Dragon lord? Ha ha, a creature who has an unduly high opinion of himself. What high-sounding sentiments. Yi Yuan, I don't care what method you use. You must thrash this fellow brutally for me. Beat him until he cries for his daddy and mummy." What a terrific fellow. Yi Yuan had not even met with him yet, and Longtongue made him be so ruthless. How great an enmity was this? Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hoo, this doesn't need much work. If my conjectures are right, that dragon lord will probably come to find trouble with me tomorrow." This dragon lord clearly had pretty good relations with the Tiger clan. With Xiongzhan's protection, the Tiger clan could not very well make a move on him to want to ascertain his actual situation. The Dragon Lord was undoubtedly the best option. As long as they disclosed the matter of Yi Yuan impersonating the Dragon Lord, most likely the Dragon Lord definitely would not take things lying down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Longtongue's eyes lit up, and he said, "Like that, huh? Then that's for the best. That punk's strength is a little stronger than yours. Let's begin special training now. You train properly for me. You must beat him down for me." Yi Yuan could not help being confused when he heard and said, making a frantic last-minute effort, "There's no time, right?" But Yi Yuan was still secretly quite startled in his heart. Longtongue should be very clear about his strength. He actually said that he was not that Dragon Lord's match. Looks like this Dragon Lord truly had a well-deserved reputation. No wonder every generation's Dragon Lord could all leave behind a legend in the G.O.D. prohibited demon region. Looks like their strength could not be underestimated. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans in Yi Yuan's hands were already used up. Dealing with late-stage tier 5 demons was still rather taxing. Longtongue casually fished out a piece of crystal stone and said, "I say can make it means can make it." Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he saw the crystal stone in Longtongue's hand. A chaos gem. Hoo, this brat really knows quite a bit to actually even recognize chaos gems. One piece of chaos gem can make the vast heaven pag. Oh, does time flow slow down 60 times? Furthermore, it can last for 3 days. Therefore, you still have a night's time, which is also roughly 20 days' time. Longtongue said excitedly. Yi Yuan's face could not help turning black when he heard that and said, "You said before previously that there's no way to make time flow become slow." Longtongue appeared slightly embarrassed, said as he said, "The chaos gems I have on hand are not many already. I naturally have to use them sparingly. Since you know about the chaos gem, you should also know its preciousness. Furthermore, with your comprehension abilities, you actually don't need to control time flow. Isn't it so? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Is that so? Does Senior feel that I'm so easy to hoodwink? Apologies, I don't wish to establish a powerful foe for no reason at all. This match, can I not fight? Long Tongue hurriedly said when he heard that. Don't. I'm really not bluffing you. The chaos gems I have on hand are really not many already. Yi Yuan said with a half smile. Oh, is that so? Long Tongue could not help choking up as he said dejectedly, Speak then. What terms do you want? Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard and said smilingly, Wouldn't it be done if you were so straightforward in advance? I don't want much either. Just 10 pieces are enough. No way. At most 2 pieces. 8 pieces. Any lesser. And there's nothing to talk about. Consider yourself ruthless. 5 pieces. Can't be any higher. I also just have a total of 20 pieces of chaos gems on hand. You know that I still have use for it myself. Fine. Deal. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Long Tongue felt his flesh hurt. The muscles on his face were all spasming. Yi Yuan held the chaos gem in his hand and asked, How to use this thing? Long Tongue said with a black face, Insert the chaos gem into the vast heaven. Steel will do. You're the vast heaven steel's owner now. This 180 days. You can use them freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and inserted the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel according to what was said. Indeed, Yi Yuan very quickly sensed the time flow around him become slow. Right then, Long Ting fished out another small bottle and threw it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and in delight he said, Heaven's heart, earth, nether milk. You only have 20 days' time. Break through to the 6th level soul sea for me, then bash that fellow down for me. With this, there's no issue, right? Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, If I can't even beat down the Dragon Lord like this, then what face do I still have to come and see Senior? You just wait here for my good news. Heaven's Heart Earth Nether Milk contained incomparably extremely tannic amounts of essence energy. It was a superb item to use for cultivation. This one small bottle of Heaven's Heart Earth Nether Milk was extremely precious. To think that Long Tongue actually brought it out casually. Looks like the treasures on this fellow's body was really quite a fair bit. In the past, what was given to those geniuses was most likely some trash goods. The genuinely good stuff was all stashed away himself. Looks like in the future, got to find a time to properly squeeze this old fellow. Chapter 661, Brutally Clobbering the Dragon Lord. Chapter 661, Brutally Clobbering the Dragon Lord. In the vast heaven pag. Oh, 20 days pa-s, said in a flash. In these 20 days, Yi Yuan relied on the Heaven's Heart Earth Nether Milk to successfully break through 2 levels in a row, finally breaking through to the 6th level Soul Sea. As long as he had sufficient essence energy to support, Yi Yuan's breakthroughs would only follow as a matter of course. But the Heaven's Heart Earth Nether Milk that Yi Yuan expended was also rather considerable. The essence energy he required to break through was too terrifying. Do you remember all that I've told you? Long Tongue said. Yi Yuan shot Long Tongue a strange look and said, Senior is really going through painstaking efforts. You already said this much. If I don't pummel that fellow to a pig's head, wouldn't I let you down too much? Long Tongue did not have any intention of being embarrassed. As said, he burst into laughter when he heard that and said, Ha ha ha, what I want is this sentence of yours. This time that Long Tongue came out, Yi Yuan discovered that his temperament simply changed drastically. There was no hint at all of that sort of taciturn and steadiness from before. One could tell that Long Tongue did not want to kill that dragon lord either, just purely harboring the thought of beating up and humiliating the other party. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan became his hired thug. Of course, regardless of whether Yi Yuan was willing or not, this hired thug, could not run away. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan just came out of the vast heaven pag. Oh, duh, and heard a loud roar from outside the house. Little thief Yi Yuan, scram outside for this dragon lord. A mere human actually dares to pa S off as the dragon lord. I think that you're tired of living. Yi Yuan left the house, but just happened to be MP into Xiongzhan. When Xiongzhan saw Yi Yuan, he was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You broke through 2 minor boundaries? Breaking through 2 minor boundaries overnight. This was simply heaven-defying. Yi Yuan smiled, but did not explain anything. This sort of thing, the more one explained, the more confusing it became. Might as well make it a mystery. Yi Yuan came outside the house and saw a young man in azure clothing. He said, "Coolly, where's this dog from? Barking madly here early in the morning and disturbing people's sweet dreams." The azure clothing youth snorted coldly and said, "I was wondering what kind of expert he was to actually dare impersonate the name of Dragon Lord. Turns out that it's just a Tier 4 rookie. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before this Dragon Lord, and I can spare you from death." Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "So, you're this generation's V? Previously, I kept hearing how every generation's Dragon Lord is a hero of the world. Seeing it today, it really makes me too disappointed." The Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he said in a solemn voice, "How this Dragon Lord isn't up to you, this sort of trash, to comment. Looking at your appearance, you aren't planning on giving this Dragon Lord an account?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Want me to give an account? Sure. That we'll have to see if you have that capability. Truly not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you off." The Dragon Lord did not say another word. An outrageous dragon pressure directly erupted out, truly incomparably stunning. The two people's commotion was so great that there had already been quite a number of Dark Fiend Tiger clan members crowding over long ago, even though the Dark Fiend Tiger clan had Divine Beast bloodline too. Furthermore, considered a very powerful clan in the deprohibited demon region, compared to the Dragon Lord. It was still far too lacking. It was precisely because Dragon's bloodline was extremely pure that they could become every generation's king. Yi Yuan could not help smiling coldly when he saw the situation. The dragon pressure in his body abruptly erupted out at the same time. With this, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. What's going on here? The dragon race bloodline power in this boy's body is actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. Really seeing ghosts. This boy is clearly a human. How can his bloodline power possibly be stronger than the Dragon Lord's? Could it be that the Dragon Lord in our clan all along was fake? The Dark Fiend Tiger clan members were discussing animatedly. It naturally could not hide from Dragon Lord's ears. These commenting sounds sounded so ear-piercing to him. He seriously could not figure out why the bloodline power in the body of a human would be even more powerful than his. How could he know that the dragon blood Yi Yuan refined was a half-divine beast blood essence? What kind of notion was a half-divine beast? That was an existence whose bloodline had already evolved towards the divine beast. The might and power were already formidable to an unimaginable extent. Their bloodline power already infinitely approached divine beast. Forget about him, a puny little dragon lord. Even if those dragon race major powers in the divine realm came, they might not be more powerful than Yi Yuan's bloodline power. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low, just based on his bloodline power, he would be able to crush this dragon lord until he could not lift his head. Furthermore, the dragon blood that Yi Yuan refined, there was still a large portion of energy incubating within his body. Following Yi Yuan's strength becoming increasingly stronger, the bloodline power in his body would also get more and more powerful. Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries overnight and stimulated another portion of dragon blood out. To want to suppress the dragon lord in terms of bloodline power, wasn't it still like playing? A mere human actually dares to steal dragon race bloodline? Death penalty. The dragon lord roared furiously and directly transformed into a phantom, attacking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted, directly breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage Soul C, reaching 8th level Soul C. Boom! The dragon lord, who had a tumultuous, imposing momentum, was directly struck, flying out. Then, the entire battle became Yi Yuan's solo performance. The insufferably arrogant dragon lord was directly reduced to Yi Yuan's sandbag, being beaten until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Each and every one of the surrounding Dark Fiend Tiger clan all had wide gaping mouths. Clearly, they were dumbfounded by this scene. In their view, the Dragon Lord was an ever-victorious existence. This battle should be a one-sided one, and right now, it was indeed one-sided. It was just that the winning and losing sides were reversed. The Dragon Lord really wanted to explode. Yet, he already lost the initiative and did not even have the leeway to retaliate. How terrifying was Yi Yuan's strength? Disregarding others, just solely on the subject of speed, the Dragon Lord could not even catch up by whipping his horse. Yi Yuan's speed was what even Peng Yun was powerless against, let alone the Dragon Lord. Though the dragon race's strength was formidable, speed was not their strong point. Just in terms of speed, Yi Yuan was established in an undefeatable position. Often, when Yi Yuan's attack landed, the Dragon Lord had yet to hit the ground and was directly intercepted in midair by Yi Yuan already. Under such a speed, it was practically something impossible for the Dragon Lord to want to counterattack. When experts exchanged moves, losing the initiative was equivalent to losing one's life. The Dragon Lord's evaluation of Yi Yuan's strength in the beginning was severely lacking, resulting in somewhat underestimating the opponent. Who could have thought that once Yi Yuan made a move, it would be earth-shattering? Actually, even if Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries originally, adding in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also not possible to beat the Dragon Lord until like this. In between, this naturally still had some matters that had no need to let others know. At the same time that the Dragon Lord was getting a beating, he was unbelievably perplexed. He was puzzled why Yi Yuan was so clear about his weak points. He just stuck his B-U-T-T out, and Yi Yuan knew what was going to come out. In addition, losing the initiative right from the beginning, the Dragon Lord was Pa-S. Civ in all respects right now, getting a beating all over. It was also uncertain how long had Pa-S said. Yi Yuan's attacks suddenly ceased. Only then did those surrounding Tiger clan members finally come back to their sense. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. Looking at the Dragon Lord again, he was already pummeled until looking like a pig's head. Chapter 662. Who dares to touch my big brother? Chapter 662. Who dares to touch my big brother? Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were speechless for a long while. Each generation's Dragon Lord were all legends. This was a sentence Pa-S said down in the G-O-D prohibited demon region. However, what happened? Here now? Too subverting. If, let's say, the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan fought until neither could gain an upper hand, they could accept it. To say that the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan had a great battle for hundreds of rounds, then was defeated, they could accept that too. However, how was this some fight? It was simply Yi Yuan's one-sided abusing. When did dragon lords become so noob? Bloodline power can't match up to this little lord. So you say that little lord's dragon race bloodline power was stolen. If you have the capabilities, steal one for me to see. Yi Yuan looked at the pighead-like dragon lord and said with a cold smile, "Yeah, to talk about stealing inferior dragon blood, that was not impossible. But the dragon blood in Yi Yuan's body was too pure, even purer than the dragon lord's. Dragon blood like this, regardless of whether it was placed, it would be a supreme treasure. Wanting to steal was simply impossible. Such slandering was way too groundless. Uncle Rome, isn't this Yi Yuan's strength too formidable? The dragon lord didn't have the strength to counterattack in front of him at all." Hu Zhao's tone was somewhat quivering. Clearly, he was alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength, Hu Zhao's strength, and the dragon lords were also almost the same. Yi Yuan could easily defeat the dragon lord, indicating that his strength was definitely above his. Previously, he doubted if Yi Yuan had this strength to defeat Peng Yun or not. But now, Yi Yuan used strength to prove everything. Hu Rong had a look of astonishment too, but he shook his head and said, "This Yi Yuan's fighting style seems to curb the dragon lord quite a lot. Plus, his own strength is super strong. That's why the dragon lord could not use the slightest strength to retaliate. If judging according to both parties' strength, the dragon lord might not lose to him much. It's just that Yi Yuan seems to be intentionally humiliating the dragon lord. This isn't some good sign. This fellow isn't deliberately sowing dissension between the dragon lord and our dark fiend tiger clan's relations. I plus P, right?" Hu Zhao's expression changed, and he said, "When he came yesterday, he was clearly only 4th level soul C. He actually broke through 2 minor realms overnight. Too bizarre. This fellow's origins are unclear, and his strength is formidable. We must be on guard." Su Rong frowned and said, "Could it be the Bear Clan really betrayed us?" "Uncle Rong, people's heart is hard to fathom. Him not betraying in the past doesn't mean not betraying now. This boy called Yi Yuan, the timing he appeared is too coincidental. In my view, he's definitely here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Our Tiger Clan has been plotting all along for these 10 years in order to capture this Azure Spirit Tree. Now, when it's finally time to draw the net in, not the tiniest bit of accident can be tolerated." Hu Rong nodded and said, "Shower, what you said is right. This boy's origins are unclear. Even if we don't kill him, we also have to detain him first before talking. Wait until we capture the Azure Spirit Tree and save Big Brother. It's not too late to release him then." Finished talking, Hu Rong's figure flashed and stared at Yi Yuan with a dark expression as he said, "Boy, you actually dare to beat our Tiger Clan's esteemed guest until like this. What intentions do you have?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but he had yet to speak when Xiong Zhan came forward and beat him to it. It was this fellow himself who provoked first. It was plain for everybody to see. Who can be blamed for his strength to be lacking himself and getting beaten until like this by Yi Yuan? Hu Rong, aren't you going too far like this? Unknowingly, Xiong Zhan's address towards Hu Rong also quietly underwent a change. Very clearly, he felt very disappointed by the Tiger Clan's current sort of situation. Otherwise, with Xiong Zhan's forthrightness, a personality that would rather sacrifice the entire clan than be willing to surrender, he definitely would not be this way. Hu Rong clearly also did not expect that the all-along staunch and steadfast Xiong Zhan would actually take the lead to rebuke him. His expression involuntarily darkened as he reproached, "Xiong Zhan, looks if you've really changed. Say then, just what intentions do you have for entering the Tiger Clan in collusion with this boy this time?" Hu Rong's words were like a knife, cutting viciously on Xiongzhan's heart. That sort of pain, there was no way of using words to describe it. Senior Xiongzhan, no need to waste your breath. This person is any to suspicion. The more you explain, the more he feels that you have ulterior motives. Since this place doesn't welcome us, let's go. Yi Yuan said coolly. Showed your true colors, right? Ha, brat, who overestimated his own ability. You don't think that you can leave this place by relying on the strength of you two, right? Hu Rong said with a cold smile. As he said, Hu Rong's powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan duo inside fully. This Hu Rong was late-stage Tier 6 strength. It was totally not what Yi Yuan duo could withstand. Right at this time, a pure, yet powerful pressure crept over. Everyone's faces changed. Those Tiger Clan members whose strength slightly weaker all knelt down in submission without prior consultation. This was the divine beast pressure belonging to the Tiger race. It was not strong, only initial stage Tier 5 strength. But this pressure was much more unadulterated compared to Hu Rong, this sort of inferior brand. Hu Rong's face changed as he said, This is Tiger Lord, His Excellency's pressure. Why is he here? A young profile slowly appeared in everyone's sights. This young man looked rather like a half-grown child. He was dignified and strong, but with an appearance still possessing childish innocence. Once this Tiger race pressure descended, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. This pressure actually seemed familiar, but when this young man appeared, Yi Yuan could not help being uncertain, because he had never seen this young man before. Who dares to touch my big brother? The youth said with a rather childish voice. Hearing these words, everyone's reaction was all very different. Hu Rong's expression changed, and his face revealed a look of dread. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different, while Yi Yuan's eyes gleamed with light as he looked at that dignified and strong-looking young man. The youth had his back facing Yi Yuan currently. He suddenly turned out and flashed Yi Yuan a bright smile. Yi Yuan started smiling too, his laughter becoming increasingly bigger. Until the two people laughed loud and long and had a fierce embrace. Who was this youth, if not the white light after taking form? Stinking brat! A few days of not seeing, and you actually took form successfully already. Yi Yuan chortled with laughter as he slammed a fist onto the youth's chest with indescribable excitement. He was still worried about White Light's safety previously, afraid that he was stuck in the essence-devouring, confounding fog. Yi Yuan originally planned on coming to the Tiger Clan to inquire about it. Who knew that he actually stirred up such trouble with the Tiger Clan? He did not expect that White Light was actually at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. Furthermore, he succeeded in taking form. If I don't hurry up and take form, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Big Brother's speed. I'm an exalted divine beast progeny. I can't drag Big Brother down, no matter what. White Light said with a big laugh. The two people started chatting like no one else was around, but Hu Rong's expression became increasingly uglier. He never would have thought that the Tiger Lord would actually think of Yi Yuan as his brother. Looking at the appearance, the two people's relations. I+P was good enough until they could wear one pair of trousers. What to do? Right then, another figure appeared inside the Tiger Clan. The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan is so lively. Looks like I came really just in time. Chapter 663. Looting a Burning House. Chapter 663. Looting a burning house. Once this person appeared, the atmosphere immediately became tense. The Tiger Clan members had a look akin to facing a great enemy. They were clearly very fearful of the arrival. The moment that person saw the Tiger Clan members' appearances, he could not help laughing. Everyone, I don't have ill intentions. I'm here to find Mr. Yi. Hu Rong's expression changed once more. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on alert. The arrival was none other than precisely the Peng Hai, who was sent over by Peng Tian. Yi Yuan, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Tiger Lord, this person is harboring malicious intent, colluding with the Rock Clan with intent to attack the Tiger Clan. Hu Rong gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised, looking by the side. White light was clearly only Tier 5 cultivation, but Hu Rong seemed to be very fearful of him, already to this sort of extent, and he actually had not fallen out with white light yet. White light snorted coldly and said, "Explain about what? Whatever my big brother says. That's how it is. With me around, how can my big brother be detrimental towards the Tiger Clan? Shut your mouth up and listen to what he has to say." White Light had a childish voice when talking, but was imposing and domineering, making Yi Yuan keep on wanting to laugh. Yi Yuan shot Peng Hai a nonchalant look and said, "Since you came, you still dare to play this sort of petty tricks with me? I think you're complaining that Peng Yan has lived for too long, right?" Peng Hai was still snickering. Just now, hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression suddenly changed. Indeed, he was rash just now and purely wanted to implicate Yi Yuan a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually guessed his purpose for coming long ago. Looks like the injuries on Peng Yan's body was totally intentional by Yi Yuan. Having such a precise grasp on Peng Yan's injuries, this Yi Yuan was simply too terrifying. Cough, cough that. Didn't I not have chance to say yet? Ha! Peng Hai landed in the field, as he said, awkwardly. Hu Rong and the others still had a manner as if they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, they became even more cautious. Although Hu Rong's strength was above Peng Hai's, who knew if he had brought numerous Rock Clan experts over behind him or not. Moreover, they did not receive any news beforehand. This was the scariest. Since Lord Hu Rong wants an explanation, then you give it to him. Yi Yuan said it coolly, but everyone was anxious and uncertain. Hu Rong and the others were not fools either. They could also tell from Peng Hai's look that he was very wary of Yi Yuan. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, Peng Yan's small life seemed to be grasped in the hands of Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan and Peng Hai were not together? Could it be that those words Yi Yuan said previously were all true? Once the thought hit, Hu Rong's entire person was somewhat ruffled. Peng Hai smiled awkwardly and said, "Hu Rong, you don't need to be like this. I'm here to make peace with your Tiger Clan on behalf of the Rock Clan." Make peace. Hu Rong doubted if his own ears heard wrongly or not. Now, at this time, it was precisely when the Tiger Clan was the weakest and the Rock Clan the stronger. Peng Hai actually came to find him to negotiate peace. This bunch of fellows wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? Hu Rong unwittingly looked over towards Yi Yuan once more. What in the world did this fellow do to actually be able to let the 1,000-mountain Great Rock Clan make peace at any cost? That's right. It's make peace. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation? Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "What has it got to do with me whether you guys make peace or not? What I want isn't this explanation." Peng Hai's heart went slightly cold. Could it be that kissing ain't ass as kissed onto the foot? He saw that Yi Yuan and that Tiger Lord's relations. I plus P was very intimate and would definitely stand on the Tiger Clan's standpoint. That was why he gave rise to this idea. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not buy it at all. Looks like the Tiger Clan offended Yi Yuan badly. Yet Yi Yuan's words made Hu Rong's heart quiver. This peace negotiation that had come to an agreement was gone just like that. Honestly speaking, the Rock Clan suggesting peace negotiations right now, they were more than happy to welcome it. Why would they refuse? But Yi Yuan, this fellow, actually messed up the peace negotiations with one sentence. Like the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. Actually, Peng Hai also did not wish to let the Tiger clan know about the news of Peng Yun almost getting crippled. But at this time, he clearly could not hide it anymore, and could only come clean. Actually, I came here this time to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest at our rock clan, and treat our young Lord Peng Yun's injuries with you're at it. Previously, we had understandings between us, resulting in causing some unnecessary trouble. Peng Hai spoke with fervor and assurance, briefly describing the events that happened on that day. It was actually not much different from Xiongzhan's. Forget about being a guest. I don't wish to cross the Rubicon. Sup, 1/sup. Anyway, why should I treat Peng Yun's injuries? If you didn't harbor devious thoughts back then, you also wouldn't have ended up coming to beg me in an obsequious manner now, Yi Yuan said coolly. Peng Hai had an awkward look as he said, whatever terms Mr. Yi has, feel free to state them. As long as my rock clan can accomplish it, we absolutely won't I plus RK. Yi Yuan smiled rather wickedly as he said, really? Seeing Yi Yuan smile, Peng Hai's heart involuntarily palpitated a bit and had a foreboding premonition. But upon recalling Peng Tian's words before setting off, Peng Hai could not help nodding his head fiercely. Yi Yuan said, I want 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence. Don't tell me you don't have. Peng Hai nearly jumped up. He pointed at Yi Yuan and said, You're looting a burning house here. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I knew that you'd have this reaction. I only stated the price. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Furthermore, I feel that using 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence to exchange for Peng Yun's life, it's still you guys who got off real cheap. You think about it, the Kuan Peng blood essence that you all expended on him far Serpa said 3 drops, right? Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about the demon race's situation and knew that in demonic beasts' progeny clans, they generally had their own sacred ground. That was the place to enshrine and wars. I plus P forefathers. Before demons died, they would normally all enter the sacred ground and contribute a portion of their own blood essence. Inside the sacred ground had this power that could cleanse and purify bloodline, letting the blood essence rank rise. But this process was exceedingly slow. Furthermore, every generation's demon clan would expend blood essence. Hence, the blood essence that every clan stored in reserve was not considered much. Actually, Yi Yuan only want to probe a bit just now, because what he understood was just the divine realm's demon clan's situation. He did not think that the demon clans inside the prohibited demon region really had blood essence reserves. Kuan Peng blood essence was an extremely valuable divine beast bloodline too. Although it could not compare to dragon race bloodline, it was also an exceptionally high-grade bloodline. Of course, the Kuan Peng blood essence that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan stored was definitely unable to compare to the dragon blood that Yi Yuan swallowed. The two were not on the same level at all. Peng Hai's expression changed several times, and he said, "This matter's stake is too significant. I can't make the decision and must ask for instructions from the clan head. If clan head agrees, the Kuan Peng blood essence should be able to be delivered within 3 days." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll wait for your news." Our matter is settled. You guys continue. How it should be, let it happen. Make sure not to give me face. Hu Rong's expression changed when he heard that. His gaze involuntarily looked towards White Light Imbara, as Sedley, and said, "Tiger Lord." White Light turned the whites of his eyes up at him and said crossly, "Who asked you all to not know good from bad and offended my big brother? Now, you know his prowess, right? Chapter 664, Dark Forest. Chapter 664, Dark Forest. White Light's words made Hurong have an embara, as said, look, this, Tiger Lord. You also know that the Tiger clan right now is experiencing extraordinary times. White Light waved his hand and said, all right, so much C-R-A-P. The matters in the past, I won't care about them. But you remember it now. Anybody can be provoked, but make sure not to provoke my big brother. White Light paused for a bit and said, because you can't afford to provoke him. White Light's words made everyone shocked. But at this time, there was already body who doubted this sentence. Yi Yuan's origins were mysterious, beat Peng Yun to heavy injuries when it was impossible, and kept the entire Rock clan in check. Now, Peng Hai was begging in front of Yi Yuan like a grandson. The Dragon Lord ran in front of Yi Yuan and raised a racket. In the end, he was bashed until turning into a pig's head. The Tiger clan wanted to make things difficult for Yi Yuan, who knew that he and the Tiger Lord were actually bosom friends. Looking at it now, if they made White Light choose between Yi Yuan and the Tiger clan, he would definitely choose Yi Yuan without the slightest hesitation. Such a person who could afford to provoke. Yi Yuan's strength was clearly not strong. Yet anyone present was all unable to do anything to him. Hurong showed a difficult look and said, but this way, we're bound to offend the Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord? The Dragon Lord is nothing in front of my big brother. Also, if you guys don't want to offend the Dragon Lord, you'll have to offend me, this Tiger Lord. Up to yourself. White Light said disdainfully, This? What this? Why haven't you apologized to my big brother yet? If not for my sake, just based on your actions, do you think that my big brother would be willing to let it go? Currently, the Tiger clan's fate depended on just a word from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan joined hands with the Rock clan to attack the Tiger clan, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. Hence, White Light's words did not have areas that were the slightest bit exaggerating things to raise an alarm. Hurong was not a fool either. After struggling with it for a while, he finally still lowered his head. He came before Yi Yuan and said, Mr. Yi, it was all Hurong measuring the stature of a great man by the yardstick of a petty man. Mr. Yi, please stay your hand in mercy. With White Light around, Yi Yuan naturally would not really do anything to the Tiger clan. Furthermore, the present situation, it was clearly better for both sides to keep each other in check than for one side be annihilated. The card in other people's hands, and on his own hand, was of course different. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, Today, I was taking into consideration on account of White Light's face. Otherwise, I really wouldn't mind going to the Rock clan to be a guest. When Peng Hai heard, he was naturally filled with unwillingness in his heart. But at this time, there was nothing he could do to Yi Yuan as well. He had planned out well in his heart long ago. Once young Lord Peng Yun's injuries recover, he would definitely show Yi Yuan some colors. But Peng Hai obviously would not bring it out on the surface. He went forward and said, Mr. Yi, young Lord Peng Yun's injuries. Yi Yuan nodded and said, As long as you all bring the Kuan Peng blood essence here, there's naturally no issue. I'll start a furnace and refine pills in a while to refine the medicinal pills to treat Peng Yun's wounds. Peng Hai could not help being overjoyed when he heard those words and said, I'll send a message to clan head right away. Hang on. Peng Hai was just about to leave when Yi Yuan stopped him. Does Mr. Yi still have any instructions? Peng Hai inquired cautiously, and I haven't finished talking yet. When Peng Hai heard, his heart thumped, and he cried out inwardly, Not good. Indeed, he heard Yi Yuan say, leisurely, Previously, my attack wasn't light nor heavy, resulting in Peng Yun's injuries to be somewhat severe. Although my medicinal pills can treat him. The medicinal effect of one medicinal pill is definitely not enough. When Peng Hai heard, his expression was indescribably nasty. What was called one medicinal pill was not enough to be able to hurt Peng Yun until like that, but not cripple him. How precise did the attack have to be? Yi Yuan even calculated him coming before he came. Such precise skill, he would be neither light nor heavy. Only a ghost would believe you. However, that did not seem to have any use at all. Whatever Yi Yuan said now was what it was. Then, roughly how long is needed before he can recover? Peng Hai asked with a quivering voice. Roughly half a year, or so, I guess. Take a medicinal pill once every 2 months. 3 pills should be sufficient. Peng Hai left with a dispirited look. Inside the Tiger Clan's hidden chamber, Yi Yuan and White Light had another bear hug. The two people were clearly both very agitated. Ha, big brother, really didn't expect to be able to see you here. I just broke through not long ago and was just thinking of deploying the Tiger Clan's strength to go find you. I knew that with your capabilities, you could definitely walk out of the essence-devouring, confounding fog. White Light said rather excitedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, I also didn't expect it. How did you walk out of the essence-devouring, confounding fog, and also become the Tiger Lord? Yi Yuan guessed that a Tiger Lord should be in existence similar to a Dragon Lord. It was just that no idea why Hu Rong would be so fearful towards the White Light, who was only Tier 5. Only under White Light's explanation did Yi Yuan came to a realization. Turns out that after White Light entered the essence-devouring confounding fog, the essence-devouring confounding fog actually did not have any effect on him at all. Yi Yuan had exhausted all the essence energy recovery medicinal pills back then and broke through to heart-like monolith realm before barely managing to charge out. Listening to White Light's encounters, Yi Yuan was also speechless. But after White Light walked out of the essence-devouring confounding fog, he went rather far away from Yi Yuan and actually appeared in the vicinity of the Tiger Clan directly. White Light's bloodline power made all of the Tiger Clan fall head over heels. White Light's Tiger race bloodline was even much more powerful and pure compared to that Dragon Lord who got beaten up. Not only that, White Light's bloodline power was even purer than the blood essence in the Tiger Clan's sacred ground. Such pure white tiger bloodline, he was naturally deified as a D by the Tiger Clan, thinking that White Light came out from there. The Dragon Lord coming to the Tiger Clan was at most just a friend. But White Light in the Tiger Clan, his position was entirely different. He was like a prince descending to the mortal realm, revered by the Tiger Clan. Ever since I entered the D prohibited demon region, I kept on hearing about that place. Only now do I know that that place is called the Dark Forest. No idea just what kind of place this Dark Forest is. To actually make all of the demon clans guard the secret so closely, Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. One had to know that in this D prohibited demon region, Tier 6 experts were everywhere. Legends had it that there were even Tier 7 powerhouses. Such powerful existence was actually all very fearful of the Dark Forest. White Light shook his head and said, I don't know either. But I heard Hu Rong, they all say that the Dark Forest is the D prohibited demon region's forbidden land. And, body can get close. Even if one's strength were any greater, one would also die mysteriously when approaching there. Yi Yuan said in surprise, even Tier 7 powerhouses can't enter? White Light shook his head and said, can't enter. But under my curiosity, I once ran to the peripherals of the Dark Forest. At that time, the bloodline within my body actually faintly stirred. It seems like that place and my origins have a great relation. Hearing White Light's words, Yi Yuan was also slightly startled in his heart. Could it be that white light actually walked out from the Forbidden Land in the endless forest's Forbidden Land? But white light also said that once he came close to the dark forest, a dangerous aura came with it too. It seemed to be a warning to him. Hence, he did not dare to enter too deep as well. Yi Yuan was also incomparably shocked in his heart. Looks like this endless world was truly hiding secrets everywhere. Chapter 665. The Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Chapter 665. The Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Listening to what White Light said, this dark forest was simply even more perilous than the essence-devouring, confounding fog. With their present strength, they were simply unable to enter. Perhaps that dragon lord, that fellow, knew some things, but he probably would not say over his dead body. If the dragon lord would disclose information, then the deprohibited demon region would definitely have long known some of the state of affairs inside. However, it looked like the dark forest was an enigma to the deprohibited demon region. Since that's the case, then let's better not attempt to enter that dark forest. Wait until our strength is sufficient someday, then go exploring. It isn't too late either. Yi Yuan said. This dark forest definitely held in Storama's secret, but with Yi Yuan's current strength, he was unable to explore it at all. Yi Yuan was curious, but these curiosities needed for his deep hatred to be avenged before it could be fulfilled. Big brother, you should have come to the Tiger Clan for the Azure Spirit Tree, right? White Light walked all the way along with Yi Yuan and was very clear about Yi Yuan's affairs. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. I originally wanted to pay a visit to Hu Yen. Looks like his situation isn't so great. I'm not very concerned about this either. That's why I didn't inquire much as well. But looks like he's indeed not doing too good. But I know that the Tiger Clan has been plotting to deal with the Azure Spirit Tree all along these few years. Now, it's just about time to reel in the net already," White Light said. White Light knew that Yi Yuan wanted to find the Azure Spirit Tree, so he would obviously inquire about news in this area. With his status, inquiring about these was not hard. Yi Yuan sighed emotionally and said, "Good brother, you are so considerate. Haha, traveling the entire way until now, it was all Big Brother helping me. Now that I finally managed to have a chance to help Big Brother, what are you being courteous with me for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Ho, then I won't be melodramatic. But the Tiger Clan could actually ascertain the Azure Spirit Tree's position under the situation where Hu Yen isn't around. Not that Yi Yuan was looking down on the Tiger Clan, but the Azure Spirit Tree's whereabouts were erratic and extremely hard to grasp. Knowing the approximate position, Yi Yuan could naturally determine the Azure Spirit Tree's position. But to say that the Tiger Clan had this ability, Yi Yuan did not believe. The place nearby the dark forest in the Tiger Clan's territory has a piece of wood attribute spirit vein. The Azure Spirit Tree seemed to have taken fancy on that piece of land. Hence, it has been lingering in that area all along," White Light said. Only then did Yi Yuan suddenly came to a realization. This Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. What it needed the most was wood attribute heaven and earth quintessence. In the Tiger Clan's territory, there was actually a chunk of wood attribute spirit vein. No wonder it hung around there and did not leave. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said to White Light, "I'll have a talk with Hu Rong." "What? You want to take part in rounding up the Azure Spirit Tree?" "Heh, you're indeed here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Even though you're Tiger Lord's brother, our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan has already plotted for a full 10 years for the sake of this day. Why should we give you a cut of the loot?" When Hu Rong heard Yi Yuan's request, he nearly jumped up. If not for White Light by the side, he would have long made a move against Yi Yuan. He previously judged that Yi Yuan came for the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was indeed like so. Hu Rong was still puzzled previously why the Tiger Lord would be especially interested in the Azure Spirit Tree. Looking at it now, it was actually for the sake of this boy in front of him. Yi Yuan had long guessed Hu Rong's reaction and said with a faint smile, 10 years and only laid down with spirit dragon imprisoning array? Yi Yuan's smile carried thick mockery, greatly stimulating Hu Rong. Hu Rong gave a cold snort and said furiously, what do you know? That Azure Spirit Tree's strength is incomparably powerful. Even Big Brother, Hu Yan, isn't a match either. We have to be very wary when laying down the array. Once we let it find out, all the effort would be all for naught. Now, the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is only missing one final step. As long as the Grand Array is formed, the Azure Spirit Tree will be an item in our bags. You, a foreign boy, wants to sit idly and enjoy the fruits of others' labor with just a sentence. Do you really take our Tiger clan to be easy to bully? In Hu Rong's view, Yi Yuan was relying on his ties with white light to demand an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan's strength was pretty good, but surrounding and sieging the Azure Spirit Tree, that was Tier 6 experts matters. Tier 5 experts did not even have the qualifications to take part. What was Yi Yuan worming his way in at this time for other than reaping what he had not sown? Yi Yuan said, it's true that the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is powerful, but wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, it's still a little inadequate. With the likes of your strength right now, to want to capture the Azure Spirit Tree, that's impossible. Don't blame me for not warning and you fail to beat the tiger and get hurt instead when the time comes. Even if I have Pangyun, this chip right now, it most likely can't protect the Dark Fiend Tiger clan either. Hu Rong's expression changed, and he immediately snorted coldly and said, exaggerating to scare people. The Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a peak Tier 6 Grand Array. Furthermore, it has immensely great restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. On what basis can it not subdue the Azure Spirit Tree? Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, what you said is right, but you've neglected one point. Hu Rong gave a cold laugh, but did not follow up. Yi Yuan continued, the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is a fire attribute grand array. I do indeed have extremely powerful restraining effects towards wood attribute spiritual objects. If it were changed to another place, you guys would definitely be able to succeed. But sadly, what the Azure Spirit Tree took over is a wood attribute spirit vein. It's true that myriad things under the heavens reinforce and counteract each other, but that's not absolute on this chunk of wood attribute spirit vein. The Azure Spirit Tree can draw out an inexhaustible flow of wood essence power. When the power of the wood essence exceeds the limits that the Grand Array can withstand, your Grand Array will collapse all the same. At the minimum, the Azure Spirit Tree can also draw on the immense wood essence power to deplete the Grand Array's constraints. You all are likewise not its match. Yi Yuan spoke with confidence and composure. Hu Rong's expression changed again and again. The matter that was originally almost in the bag, now with Yi Yuan saying this, many issues were added on. Every word of Yi Yuan's was reasonable. They really had not thought about this point. Humph! Even if it's like this, what can you do if you went? Hu Rong said stubbornly. Yi Yuan said smilingly, this you don't need to care. I naturally have my ways. However, I can help you all catch the Azure Spirit Tree and help you guys treat Hu Yan's injuries. But the Azure Spirit Tree belongs to me. Hu Rong's expression changed. In your dreams. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I've already stated the terms. Whether you agree or not is up to you. If you don't believe in heresy and insist on giving it a shot, it's also up to you. But the Azure Spirit Tree, I'm determined to get it. If you come to find me again, when the time comes, the price will be raised. Finished talking, Yi Yuan directly turned around and went out, leaving behind Hu Rong with that angry expression flickering incessantly. The moonlight was obscured. Hu Rong's figure quietly appeared in the Tiger Clan's sacred ground. In an empty hall, a slightly aged-looking figure was seated on the ground. A blood light revolved around him, carrying a thick tiger race aura. It was just that his two eyes were tightly shut, seemingly oblivious to the outside world's situation. This person was precisely the Hu Yen who had already vanished for 10 years in front of outsiders. Hu Rong looked at Hu Yen and said, "Big brother, the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array will be set up complete tomorrow. This time, I'll definitely bring the Azure Spirit Tree back for you." As Hu Rong said, Hu Yen did not respond, as if he did not hear what he was saying at all. Before long, Hu Rong turned around and left. However, what he did not notice was that not long after he left, Hu Yan's eyes actually silently opened. Chapter 666, Return and Defeat. Chapter 666, Return and Defeat ahead was a stretch of lush green forest. The wood essence power emitting out of there made people feel refreshed. Hu Rong looked at the clansmen currently bustling about, his gaze filled with antic 1P-ation. Yi Yuan said that the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array could not deal with the Azure Spirit Tree, but Hu Rong did not believe in this heresy. How could 10 years of effort be handed over on a platter? Today, he brought over 10 Dark Fiend Tiger Clan Tier 6 experts. Apart from a few staying in the clan to hold down the fort, it could be said to be moving out in full force. "Lord Hu Rong, the array formation is done." A clansman came in front of Hu Rong with a face full of wild elation. This array formation was laid down for 10 years. Today, it was finally completed. How could they not be excited? The demon race was not skilled in the path of formations. Plus, laying down the formation needed to avoid the Azure Spirit Tree's eyes and ears. The progress of this array formation was naturally very slow. When Hu Rong heard, he was thrilled in his heart too, but he forcefully suppressed it. "Prepare to activate the array formation. Don't lower your guard. This Azure Spirit Tree's strength is extraordinary, and no mistakes can be tolerated." Hu Rong instructed. Even though Hu Rong did not believe Yi Yuan's words, he was also not as optimistic at this time. Instead, he bucked all the spirits up. "Yes, Lord Hu Rong." The clansmen received the order and left. When all the preparations were ready, Hu Rong waved his hand and said, "Activate the array formation." Rumble! A violent sound spread throughout the entire forest very quickly. A grand array instantly enveloped this wood attribute spirit vein. In an instant, a boundless fire essence power pervaded inside the grand array. Those lush green trees drooped and withered away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hu Rong took this spectacle fully into his eyes and was excited and worried. Honestly speaking, he was really very afraid that Yi Yuan's words would come true. Although Yi Yuan, this youth, was young, he completely could not be measured with common sense. But looking at the current situation, Yi Yuan's concern was clearly uncalled for. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array perfectly restrained those plants inside. Hu Rong did not see the slightest possibility of the Azure Spirit Tree retaliating at all. Ha ha ha! The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array is indeed powerful. The Azure Spirit Tree is already an object in our Tiger Clan's bags. It was not in vain for us to spend the price of 10 years to set up the formation. Today, we've indeed achieved the effects. When we capture the Azure Spirit Tree, Lord Hu Yen will be able to recover to his peak state. Our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan will be able to roam the prohibited demon region unhindered again. These Dark Fiend Tiger clan members were all unbelievably agitated. When it was time for 10 years of plowing and weeding to receive the harvest, agitation was hard to avoid too. Hu Rong was a little calmer than them, but this sort of composure was also gradually being whittled away to nothing by the might of the Grand Array. But he was not anxious, because the Azure Spirit Tree had not shown itself yet. It was definitely impossible for the Azure Spirit Tree, this sort of powerful spirit tree, to resign itself to death like this. He would definitely come out. As was expected, before long, a great towering tree suddenly grew up in the Grand Array. This tree was originally inconspicuous among all of the trees, but at this time, it covered everything. To be able to still have such vibrant energies within the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisonment Array, there was only the Azure Spirit Tree. It was only to see the Azure Spirit Tree extended out many vines and violently bombarded the Grand Array. But the Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array was indeed extraordinary. Those vines had yet to come into contact with the Grand Array when they were suddenly ignited by flames. Those vines danced in the air just like humans waving their hands and stomping their feet when in pain. Ha ha ha! This Wood Spirit Dragon Imprisoning Array is indeed extraordinary, even if here is the Wood Attribute Spirit Vein. So what? Isn't the Azure Spirit Tree still going to submit to us without resistance obediently? Hu Rong said ecstatically when he saw the situation. At this time, the last trace of worry in his heart also melted away into nothing along with it. Deploy the Grand Array. Beat the Azure Spirit Tree to heavy injuries first. Hu Rong immediately gave the order. Yes, the clansman presiding over the Grand Array received the order and immediately went forward to deploy the Grand Array. Thick fire essence power crept towards the Azure Spirit Tree very quickly. The Azure Spirit Tree suddenly radiated a resplendent azure light, wanting to isolate these fire essence power. Yet, all of this was a futile effort. This azure light only resisted for a little hole and was breached by the great fire. The flames ignited the great towering tree very quickly. This scene made all of the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members' hot blood boil over while they watched. The Azure Spirit Tree inside the Grand Array was peak tier 6. This fire looked to be incomparably powerful, but to talk about burning it to death, that was impossible. What Hu Rong they all wanted was for the Azure Spirit Tree to be severely injured. This moment did not let them wait for too long. That Azure Spirit Tree wilted away very quickly under the attack of the flames. Right at this moment, Hu Rong gave the order. Charge inside. Capture the Azure Spirit Tree. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan members had long been raring to have a go. Under Hu Rong's command, over 10 figure leaped, directly entering inside the Grand Array. These 10 figures were all Tier 6 experts. Their movements were extremely swift, arriving in the proximity of the Azure Spirit Tree in a blink of an eye. Yet, right at this time, a change suddenly occurred. The Azure Spirit Tree suddenly gave off a dazzling azure light. Thick wood essence power welled up from under the ground, surging to an extent where it was practically going to burst forth. Sensing such thick wood essence power, Hu Rong's expression changed drastically, and he roared madly, "Quickly retreat! We fell into a trap. This fellow wasn't tricked at all." At this moment, Yi Yuan's words suddenly flashed across Hu Rong's mind, regretting until his intestines went green. But at this sort of critical moment, he could not be allowed to think too much at all, bringing his clansmen far away immediately. Yet, how could the Azure Spirit Tree be easy to bully? How was there still any hint of waning on the Azure Spirit Tree's body? It was even more powerful than before. Countless rows of vines zigzagged out from the Azure Spirit Tree, intertwining over towards those dozen figures with extreme speed. Boom! This attack, Hu Rong brought out all of his might. Luckily, he was a late-stage Tai 6 expert too. Even though he could not compare to the Azure Spirit Tree, slightly withstanding a bit was still achievable. This attack of Hu Rong's proved effective, delaying those vines a moment of time. But even so, there were still 3 or 4 clansmen with slightly weaker strength who were tangled up by the vines. They did not even get to yell out a cry for help and were drowned by countless vines. How could Hu Rong still dare to remain at this time? He brought the remaining clansmen and charged right out of the grand array. Once out of the grand array, Hu Rong's entire person was dead exhausted, directly kneeling onto the ground. Bang! Hu Rong's fist smashed onto the ground with unspeakable remorse and vexation. Looking at the other clansmen again, how was there still any trace of excitement from before? In the Tiger clan, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and spat out a long breath of turbid air. This Kuan Peng blood essence can't compare to the dragon blood refined previously in the end. The difference between the two is too great. Yi Yuan sighed. Big brother, can your cultivation speed be a little slower? Your speed. I can't catch up even by whipping my horse. By the side, White Light said gloomily. Yi Yuan had just refined the Kuan Peng blood essence the Rock clan sent over and directly broke through to the 7th level Soul Sea. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're a tier 5 taking form? Expert now. Why are you saying that my cultivation speed is fast instead?" White Light said huffily, "Even though I succeeded in taking form, the strength disparity between us became even greater instead. Forget it, not talking about this anymore. Big brother, could it be that you're not worried at all?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "I'm indeed quite worried. Worried that not one of them will return." Chapter 667. A list. Chapter 667. A list. Cough, cough. Is Mr. Yi around? Yi Yuan and White Light were currently chatting when Hu Rong's Imbara said voice came from outside the door. White Light gave Yi Yuan an odd look. Very clearly, Yi Yuan's prophecy had, unfortunately, came true once again. "Come in." Yi Yuan did not seem to be very surprised and said nonchalantly. After Hu Rong entered, his entire person was somewhat bashful, and his gaze dodging nonstop, not daring to look straight at Yi Yuan. His face was even somewhat burning. A late-stage Tier 6 powerhouse was rather like a girl shy to meet people at this time, making people's jaws drop. After entering, Hu Rong did not speak. Yi Yuan naturally would not open his mouth first either. For a moment, the atmosphere became quite awkward. Finally, it was still Hu Rong who could not endure this awkward atmosphere and broke the silence. "I wonder if Mr. Yi has any ways to be able to capture the Azure Spirit Tree?" Uttering this sentence was equivalent to admitting his mistake from before. A Tier 6 powerhouse, lowering his head to a Tier 4 martial artist. This was not a scene that should appear under normal circumstances. Evidently, Hu Rong was already utterly helpless about the Azure Spirit Tree. The Azure Spirit Trees might far surpass said his imaginations. It was no wonder that Lord Huyen also suffered a huge loss at his hands. Yi Yuan took a look at Huyen and said coolly, "You should remember the words that I said before, right?" Hu Rong's face revealed a struggling look. The function of the Azure Spirit Tree was not just able to treat Huyen's wounds. Otherwise, why would Huyen expend such a great price to capture him back then? The Azure Spirit Tree was a heaven and earth spirit wood. The wood essence power was incomparably powerful. Wood attribute's cardinal characteristic was life. Regardless of whether it was for humans or demonic beasts, it had immensely beneficial aspects. And the Azure Spirit Tree was even different from ordinary spirit woods. It had extremely great nories. Plussing effects on martial artist's divine soul. Tier 6 breaking through to Tier 7, there was a massive barrier. That was the huge bottleneck from the middle 3 realms breaking through to the upper 3 realms. Regardless of whether human or demon, there were countless people stopped by this barrier. This degree of difficulty was much harder compared to the difficulty of C transformation, realm breaking through to Soul C realm. And the crux of breaking through this step was the divine soul. Therefore, Hu Yan wanting to catch the Azure Spirit Tree back, then was surely in order to break through to Tier 7. It was just that he never expected that the Azure Spirit Tree's strength was so formidable. It could truly be called tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. This point, Hu Rong was definitely aware as well. Hence, to make him give up on the Azure Spirit Tree. He really could not do it. This. Can Mr. Yi change to another condition? The Azure Spirit Tree has immense significance to my clan, and we really can't yield. Mr. Yi can state other terms. Even if the price is equal to the Azure Spirit Tree, it's fine, Hu Rong said. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard and said, the Azure Spirit Tree is useless to me, but it's a life-saving item to a friend of mine. If you all insist on the Azure Spirit Tree, then think of a way yourself. Towards Hu Rong's attitude, Yi Yuan was not concerned. Even the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was powerless. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan already had no other tricks left to play. Hence, he was not worried about Hu Rong refusing to give in. As long as he did not make a move, Hu Rong could forget about getting the Azure Spirit Tree. Hu Rong was incredibly aggrieved right now. He very much wanted to subdue Yi Yuan and force him to go capture the Azure Spirit Tree. But White Light's existence made him very wary. White Light's strength was not powerful, but his bloodline was to to their Dark Fiend Tiger clan, White Light's ident. Tai was not much different from their master, and what made Hu Rong most fearful was about what happened that day when he accompanied White Light together to the outer regions of the Dark Forest. When White Light went near the Dark Forest, that aura emitting off of his body actually echoed together with the Dark Forest across a great distance. Furthermore, White Light himself did not know that there were no demons in the prohibited demon region who dared to walk so near like him at all. To say that White Light did not have any relations with inside there at all, Hu Rong would not believe even if he was beaten to death. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree, Hu Yan would only lose the chance to become Tier 7, but if any mishap happened to White Light, his Dark Fiend Tiger clan would probably be at risk of clan extermination. To divine beast progenies, these lesser clans with impure bloodlines, were existences that could be blotted out at will. This point was determined from before they were born. If not for this case, even if the Tiger Lord appeared, on what basis should he, Hu Rong, be so respectful towards a junior? Divine beast progenies were born proud. All right then, but you must promise me to treat Big Brother Hu Yan's injuries. Struggling for a long time, Hu Rong still made this difficult decision, because he discovered that he could not do anything to this Tier 4 brat at all. His background was too tough, own self possessing terrifying dragon race bloodline, even pummeling the dragon lord to a pig's head, and was even a life or death good brother of Tiger Lord, His Excellency, such a person who among the demon clans dared to provoke. Yi Yuan nodded and said, rest assured about that. The Azure Spirit Heart fusing fluid will naturally distribute to you guys some. Hu Rong felt his flesh hurt as he nodded and said, all right, deal. Hang on, I never said deal. Did you forget the words that I said before? Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong froze and could not help recalling Yi Yuan's words the last time. His expression became even uglier. Yi Yuan said that if they came to find him again, he would raise the price. This, Mr. Yi, you, and Lord Tiger Lord are life and death good brothers, and are also considered the Tiger Clan's honored guest. We already plotted for as long as 10 years for the sake of this Azure Spirit Tree. Losing the Azure Spirit Tree is already a great loss of vitality to our Tiger Clan. If you list any more conditions. Hu Rong showed a difficult look, but turned his imploring gaze towards White Light. White Light said huffily, "You, this fellow, are really forgetful. That day, when you wanted to be detrimental to Big Brother, what did I warn you?" Hu Rong could not help sweating profusely when he heard, secretly protesting against the injustice in his heart. Not that I wished to provoke this great deity, but he demanded an exorbitant price. Moreover, the Tiger Clan plotted for 10 years for the Azure Spirit Tree. How could he possibly give up hope without giving it a shot? Yi Yuan said, "On account of White Light's face, I won't make things difficult for you. This is a spirit medicine list. You take it and help me prepare it will do." Hu Rong was overjoyed when he heard and said, "Just preparing some spirit medicines? My Tiger Clan still has some forces in the D prohibited demon region. Preparing some spirit medicines is naturally nothing difficult." Yi Yuan just smiled. After Hu Rong checked the list, the smile on his face instantly became stiff. The spirit medicines on the list had a large stack written densely. Among them even had quite a number that he had not even heard of the names before. Some were Tier 5 spirit medicines, some were Tier 6 spirit medicines. Moreover, the quant, one Tai asked for was quite a bit. This was simply robbery. What? Just now, you were still saying that it's nothing difficult. Regretting so fast? Yi Yuan said with a smile that wasn't a smile. Hu Rong wished that he could give himself a tight slap. Clearly aware that this boy was a great robber, why did he still brag? Now, it was great. He could not smack his own mouth, right? Furthermore, with this boy's personality, if he refused, he might even do something. And no problem. I'll do my best to prepare. Hu Rong said with an awkward look. Chapter 668, because I'm handsome? Chapter 668, because I'm handsome. Yi Yuan's temper was like this. Other people give him a unit of respect. He would return them 10. If Hu Rong did not repeatedly make things difficult for him back then, not only would he not put Hu Rong in an awkward situation right now, he would even give Hu Yen a pointer or two after treating him to help him break through to Tier 7. But now, everything was naturally off the table. Actually, what Yi Yuan made Hu Rong prepare was primarily still the spirit medicines to refine the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill. Even though Yi Yuan had obtained the Ice Heart Tranquil Lotus, the spirit medicines needed for the 5 Revolutions Ice Heart Pill was very rare. Yi Yuan had not managed to gather them up. As it happened, making use of this chance, Yi Yuan could gather up these spirit medicines in the Tiger Clan and extort a sum while he was at it. Where was the sense in not doing this? But Yi Yuan did not go to capture the Azure Spirit Tree right away. He waited for Hu Rong and asked for another large amount of materials, and only exited seclusion after fiddling around alone in his room for 2 days. Upon leaving seclusion, Yi Yuan discovered a large group of people surrounding his entrance. They were all Tier 6 experts. Very clearly, these Dark Fiend Tiger Clan members were all waiting for him to go to the Spirit Vein together to catch the Azure Spirit Tree. Furthermore, quite a number of them were still carrying injuries on them. It was clearly caused by catching the Azure Spirit Tree the last time. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "No need for so many people. All rest at home. Hu Rong, you bring 3 to 5 people along will do." Finished talking, Yi Yuan did not care about everyone's reactions either, bringing White Light along and left right away. Hu Rong was helpless and could only pick out a few clansmen whose strength were the strongest, and followed after. The party came to the spirit vein area once more. The scene before their eyes involuntarily made their expressions change drastically. The azure spirit tree was surrounded by a magnificent azure light, attacking the grand array nonstop. Under the azure spirit tree's attacks, the grand array actually had a feeling of teetering on edge. This azure spirit tree's strength was actually daunting to such an extent already. Hurong and the others all sucked in a cold breath. Recalling the scene that day, they still had some lingering fear. Looks like this azure spirit tree is already just a step away from breaking through. The might of his strength is likely much more daunting than even peak tier 6, if not for the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array having restraining effects on him. A mere peak tier 6 grand array would likely still be powerless against him. Even so, this grand array can't sustain for much longer too, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The few people by the side looked at him like looking at a monster. This fellow was really calm. One had to know that Yi Yuan himself was merely just tier 6, facing the peak tier 6 azure spirit tree. He actually did not reveal the slightest hint of fear. Did this fellow not care about anything? To face such a spectacle and keep a straight face, other than not caring about anything, it could only be that his own strength was already powerful until there was no need to fear. Yi Yuan's understanding towards these heaven and earth spiritual objects was entirely not what the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan people could imagine. In the entire divine realm, no one was worthy of being placed alongside him too. His knowledge and experience in the field of alchemy were not just limited to those low-ranking medicinal herbs. Mr. Yi, quickly take action. I'm afraid that the grand array almost can't hold on anymore. Hurong could not refrain from urging. The wood spirit dragon imprisoning array was already tottering on the verge of collapse and could be breached by the azure spirit tree at any time. How could Hurong still be in the mood to listen to Yi Yuan sigh with admiration at the azure spirit tree's might here? Yi Yuan nodded his head and casually pulled out a small bottle. In the bottle was some powder-like stuff. Sprinkle this powder on your bodies. Those vines naturally won't come and hara. You guys. Yi Yuan said, Is this reliable? A Dark Fiend Tiger Clan member looked at the powder in the small bottle with a face full of disbelief. He had witnessed the prowess of those vines. Even a tier 6 power like him could not resist. A tiny bottle of powder could HI plus ELD against those vines? Wasn't this joke a little too big as well? Yi Yuan darted him a nonchalant glance and said, If you're self-confident in being able to avoid those vines, you can choose not to sprinkle. Don't blame me for not warning you. Those vines can secrete poison, which can damage the divine soul. Once tangled up, it is a certain death. The few people's expressions all changed when they heard. They really did not know that these vines were actually able to secrete poison. Wasn't this azure spirit tree able to secrete azure spirit heart fusing fluid? Why was it able to secrete poison still? But Hurong's expression became apprehensive, and he said, No wonder. After Big Brother, Hu Yan returned. He became dispirited and inert, and could not even speak. Turns out that he was actually inflicted by this azure spirit tree's poison. Back then, after Hu Yan came back, he only said a few words, Catch azure spirit tree. Save me. Ever since then, he never woke up again either. However, when the shamans in the clan inspected Hu Yan's body, they could not find the reason at all. They only knew that Hu Yan's divine soul was low-spirited and inert. Clearly, he had suffered very severe injuries. Only with no other alternatives did the Tiger Clan lay down the wood spirit dragon imprisoning array, planning on catching the azure spirit tree in one stroke. Who knew that it still fell short of success at the last stage? Yi Yuan said, "How can this sort of heaven and earth spiritual object possibly not have any ace in the hole measures? The poison of the azure spirit tree is named traceless soul poison. It specifically targets the divine soul. Using ordinary methods simply can't detect it. Once the azure spirit tree reaches the borders of life and death, it's able to force the traceless soul poison out of its body and let the air be filled with this toxin everywhere. This toxin has no color or smell and is extremely hard to be on guard for. Presumably, clan head Huyen must have forced it into a crisis back then. As a result, he fell into the trap himself instead." Even though Yi Yuan had never met Huyen, he had surmises about his illness long ago. Hearing Hu Rong said so at this time, it was naturally not far off. This traceless soul poison was the trump card means of the azure spirit tree. It was extremely formidable. If one was unfamiliar with the azure spirit tree, it was very easy to suck you and be to the move. But this sort of heaven and earth spiritual objects were extremely rare to begin with. How many really understood it? However, Yi Yuan also knew that once the azure spirit tree forced the traceless soul poison out of its body, its strength would also be greatly diminished. Fortunately, this place was a wood attribute spirit vein. At present, not only did the azure spirit tree's strength recover to its peak state, it even advanced a step further. Now, if that Huyen came again, the azure spirit tree would not need to employ this trump card move at all. The few people were all taken aback with shock after listening to Yi Yuan's words. This azure spirit tree was really not easy to deal with. If the azure spirit tree also used this move on that day, none of them would be able to escape, and all would have to die here. Fortunately, their strength was not strong enough and could not force the azure spirit tree to use its ultimate move at all. That's all I have. Up to you all to sprinkle. The grand array can't hold on much longer already. I don't have the time to waste with you guys. If you guys still don't make a move, I'm going to go in myself." Yi Yuan said impatiently. Hu Rong knew that this little lord was not to be provoked, and instructed with a solemn face, "Tell you all to sprinkle, then sprinkle. What's with all the C-R-A-P?" After the few people heard Yi Yuan's words, they had an even deeper understanding towards the azure spirit tree's might. But it was precisely because so that they were even less confident in this powder of Yi Yuan's. But with Hu Rong's order, they could only act accordingly and scattered quite a bit of powder on their own bodies. The powder carried an intensely pungent smell, making them feel dizzy and their eyes blurry for a while. This powder is poisonous, but the toxicity isn't high. Just get used to it. For a while will do. You all don't circulate your powers to force the poison out. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. These people were just about to circulate their skills to force the poison out when Yi Yuan's words arrived already. Hu Rong's expression flickered incessantly as he said, Why are you perfectly fine?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at him and said coolly, "Because I'm handsome." Chapter 669, Battling the Azure Spirit Tree. Chapter 669, Battling the Azure Spirit Tree. Yi Yuan was good-looking, but it was definitely not because he was good-looking that there was no reaction. But Yi Yuan naturally would not tell them about the matter of him possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood. This bit of poison was not considered much to Tier 6 experts. Endure a bit, and it would pass. It was just that they still held a distrustful attitude towards the effects of this powder. When they entered the grand array, each and every one of them was standing by with their full power, fearful of those vines intertwining over towards them. But Yi Yuan walked very confidently, swaggering his way into the grand array. When they approached the Azure Spirit Tree, the Dark-Fiend Tiger Clan members discovered that not only did those vines not hara then, They avoided like the plague instead. Seeing this scene, these few people finally knew that Yi Yuan was not bragging. He had genuine ability. No wonder a Tier 4 boy dared to boast shamelessly and came to capture the Azure Spirit Tree. Just a tiny bottle of power resolved the thing, which gave them, these Tier 6 experts, a huge headache. Big brother, this power of yours is really magical. Those vines actually really ignored us. White Light clicked his tongue in wonder too. Yi Yuan said with a smile, myriad things in the world reinforce and counteract each other. It's true that this Azure Spirit Tree is formidable, but there are some things that he is fearful of. This powder was refined and formed with dear birth GRAS, S as the lead, and mixing together some other materials. Its name is dear birth powder, precisely one of the things that the Azure Spirit Tree dreads. The dear birth GRAS, S's rank isn't high, it is just Tier 5. But once its toxins enter the Azure Spirit Tree, it will be like a plague, curbing the wood essence power in his body. These vines are all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies, and are naturally very fearful towards the scent of the dear birth powder. Hu Rong and the clansmen were all dazed from listening by the side. Didn't this Yi Yuan understand the Azure Spirit Tree a little too much? The logic of myriad things in the world reinforcing and counteracting each other, anybody understood. But who could know the natural enemy of the Azure Spirit Tree, this sort of seldom-seen object? Could this boy be a living dictionary? White Light extended his thumb and sighed with admiration. Big brother is big brother. Really impressive. Yi Yuan scolded laughingly. Is this your first day knowing me? What does this small thing count as? Hu Rong and the clansmen exchanged glances, all feeling very speechless. The matter than the Tiger clan set up for 10 years and did not settle. Yi Yuan got it done with a bottle of powder. This also did not count as much. Then what kind of thing could be considered remarkable in Yi Yuan's eyes? Almost approaching the Azure Spirit Tree's main body already. You all be a little careful. This stretch of spirit vein is already completely occupied by the Azure Spirit Tree. His tentacles can extend to every corner. In a while, you guys help me to tie down these children bodies. I'll deal with the main body, Yi Yuan said solemnly. You deal with the main body? Hu Rong's eyes turned into wide saucers, his eyes filled with disbelief. Hu Rong knew that Yi Yuan's capabilities was not small and should be able to restrain a very large portion of the Azure Spirit Tree's energy. But according to Hu Rong's envisage, the main attack still needed him to carry out. After all, Yi Yuan's strength was too meager. But what the I was going on now? Why was it the other way round from his envisage? I wanted to let you go. But are you his match? The Azure Spirit Tree is attacking the Grand Array with all its strength right now. These children bodies are relying completely on instincts to act. Once the main body comes back to its senses, it's also useless no matter how powerful this dear birth powder is. Yi Yuan said coolly. Hu Rong was rendered speechless by the question. He did not have the slightest strength to counterattack in front of the Azure Spirit Tree at all. All right, don't waste any more time. In a while, the bigger the commotion you all stir up, the better. Draw his attention and leave the rest to me. Big brother, you be careful. White Light said concernedly. Relax, I'll be fine. Finished talking, Yi Yuan leaped, approaching towards the Azure Spirit Tree's body with extreme speed. With this, Hu Rong and the rest were not as relaxed as before anymore. Each one of them heightened their vigilance akin to facing a great enemy. Yi Yuan's swift approach finally startled the Azure Spirit Tree. But the Azure Spirit Tree did not pay much attention to Yi Yuan. It just sent all of the vines to intertwine over towards Yi Yuan, while it itself continued attacking the Grand Array. In his eyes, Yi Yuan, this Tier 4 brat, was also not much different from ants. Yet, Yi Yuan's concept of wind flow was released fully, avoiding those vines extremely dexterously, and still headed towards the Azure Spirit Tree at high speed. By the time the Azure Spirit Tree reacted, Yi Yuan was less than 1,000 feet away from the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. 1,000 feet's distance was merely a blink of an eye to the present Yi Yuan. With this, the Azure Spirit Tree finally took this ant-like Yi Yuan seriously and ceased attacking the Grand Array. It placed its focus on Yi Yuan, with the Azure Spirit Tree plus-ing his focus here. The Grand Array finally got a breather and directly suppressed the Azure Spirit Tree's Azure Light down a lot. Even so, with the Azure Spirit Tree's strength, it was still plenty to deal with Yi Yuan. It was only to see the main body radiate a brilliant azure light once more. After that, countless vines tore out of the ground, flooding the entire stretch of S.P.A.C. Even if Yi Yuan's movement technique was at the zenith, it was also impossible to charge over in a place without gaps. In front of Yi Yuan, right now was like a high wall. No matter how it strove, it was also unable to leap over. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. Waving a hand, countless fire lotuses suddenly appeared around him, wrapping Yi Yuan up tightly. Once those fire lotuses appeared, they burned towards those vines without any hesitation. Fiery was already a Tier 5 essence fire at this time. The power of its flames was incomparably daunting. Those vines were all the Azure Spirit Tree's children bodies, and also just around Tier 5 strength. But in terms of attributes, the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely restrained those vines. It was only to hear crackling sounds coming from those vines. They were burned to ashes by Yi Yuan's essence fire very quickly, but the headache was that this region was the wood attribute spirit vein. Those vines were completely GRAS that could not be burned out by a prairie fire, growing again with the spring breeze. They grew frenziedly. Then they were burned entirely by fiery without mercy afterward. Hu Rong and the others were also terribly busy at this time, tangled in battle with those vines. But their few people's commotions over here was also not as great as what Yi Yuan caused when added up together. Even though these few people were all Tier 6 experts, facing such frenziedly growing vines, they were at a loss on what to do as well. Originally, the Azure Spirit Tree placed his focus on Hu Rong they all. But at this time, how could he still have the time to bother with Hu Rong, those few people? He directly placed all of his energy on Yi Yuan. With this, the vines over on Hu Rong's side lost control, making the pressure on them lessen abruptly. Hu Rong could not help being flabbergasted with his mouth gaping when he saw the huge commotion over at Yi Yuan's side. What he was shocked by was not that Yi Yuan possessed essence fire, but that Yi Yuan's degree of control towards the essence fire had already reached the acme of perfection. Even if ordinary martial artists owned essence fire, they absolutely could not do it to the extent of completely isolating the vine attacks too. Furthermore, this place was the wood attribute spirit vein. Even if ordinary essence fires could stop the vines, it was also impossible to burn them into ashes instantaneously. This essence fire was not simple too. This young man was really too terrifying. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was also slowed down by these frenziedly growing vines. The distance of 1,000 feet was not that easy to rush over. Chapter 670, Spirit Sealing Needle. Chapter 670, Spirit Sealing Needle. Yi Yuan's footsteps forward were very slow but moved very solidly. On this stretch of spirit vein, the Azure Spirit Tree's wood essence power was virtually limitless. Hence, it was able to deploy vines to attack Yi Yuan endlessly. But Yi Yuan's essence fire was seemingly limitless too. No matter how many came, Yi Yuan could still burn it all away. Utilizing essence fire to this sort of degree, Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was also extremely rapid, but coming here this time, Yi Yuan made ample preparations and replenished quite a number of medicinal pills. At this time, he was downing pills crazily. There was no worry about essence energy drying up. At this time, the cleansing sandal's sacred flame's powerful purifying power was manifested beyond all doubt. Those incomparably DY vines were directly burned cleanly by the cleansing sandal's sacred flame. This speed of burning was absolutely much more powerful than ordinary Tier 5 essence fires. Fiery gave birth to intelligence after evolving. The power of the cleansing sandal's sacred flame naturally became much stronger compared to ordinary Tier 5 essence fires too. This was, for instance, a grand array controlled consciously by people versus operating automatically. The power was absolutely different. Very soon, Yi Yuan crossed a distance of 500 feet and was increasingly closer to the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. All of a sudden, the Azure Spirit Tree vines around Yi Yuan retreated like tidewater. Looks like it was thoroughly frightened by Yi Yuan. Over at Hu Rong's side, the pressure was reduced tremendously now. Seeing this scene, he could not help being overjoyed. Looks like the Azure Spirit Tree could not hold on anymore. This Yi Yuan was truly incomparably formidable to actually be able to kill until the Azure Spirit Tree threw away its helmet and coat of mail. Lord Hurong, what's he doing? Why isn't he moving? Yeah, such an opportune chance. How can one let it slip by? After the vines retreated, Yi Yuan did not continue the triumphant pursuit. Previously, he was still advancing forward, but at this time, he stopped completely, making the Dark Fiend Tiger clan members all very puzzled. You pigheads! The Azure Spirit Tree is a peak Tier 6 spirit wood. How can it be so easy to deal with? Shut your mouths and stir up a bigger commotion. Make the Azure Spirit Tree get a little more distracted, and you'll all have rendered merits. White Light suddenly roared. White Light's speed was extremely quick. Shuttling back and forth between the vines was accomplished with ease. Those vines could not catch his figure at all. Hu Rong's and the others' hearts tightened when they heard this. The strength in their hands increased a few more parts. They all understood that it had reached a critical moment at this time and must go all out. Yi Yuan stood there without moving a muscle, but not that he did not do anything. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's pressure currently was even greater than before. Only Yi Yuan knew that the Azure Spirit Tree's most powerful aspect was not those pestering vines, but the divine soul attack, which was as elusive as a ghost. The Azure Spirit Tree to martial artists was like a piece of rare treasure, because it could nourish the martial artist's divine soul, helping the martial artist to break through realms. But likewise, the Azure Spirit Tree, regarding divine soul attacks, was similarly incomparably daunting too. Disregarding the traceless soul poison which Huyen was inflicted with, the Azure Spirit Tree's main body could even secrete a type of colorless, scentless, and formless substance, which specifically attacked the martial artist's divine soul. This sort of means was kind of similar to human martial artist's divine soul mystic art, but also somewhat different, because the Azure Spirit Tree had no divine soul. This sort of attack method, it was just born with it. But this kind of attack method was even harder to defend than divine soul attacks, let alone that this Azure Spirit Tree in front of him was a Tier 6 existence. Yi Yuan was in full gear at this time, fully immersed in the heart-like monolith heart realm. Any trace of undulation in the surroundings was unable to escape his perception. Coming! Yi Yuan gave a light cry, his figure suddenly vanished. Plussing from sight. With Yi Yuan's current soul force, he was unable to withstand this kind of attack at all, so he could only evade. Regarding those golden characters and the black bead, Yi Yuan seriously did not have much confidence. Attack missed target every time. The Azure Spirit Tree unleashed frenzied attacks. Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling art was unleashed to the limits, continuously moving in a wide area, avoiding the Azure Spirit Tree's attacks. But Yi Yuan was not fleeing in disorder aimlessly. He was advancing forward in a roundabout manner consciously. This point, probably even the Azure Spirit Tree did not notice. The Azure Spirit Tree was not only a heaven and earth spiritual object, but also an object without intellect. It was just that it had clearly already unlocked wisdom cultivating, until now. Furthermore, its intellect was rather high. Hurong they all activated the Grand Array, wanting to trap the Azure Spirit Tree, but was schemed and ambushed by the Azure Spirit Tree instead, and nearly got completely annihilated. From this point, one could tell how high the Azure Spirit Tree's intelligence was. It discovered to its dismay at this time that the ant which it looked down on the most actually really had the strength to threaten it. This time, the Azure Spirit Tree really became anxious. All of a sudden, the Azure Spirit Tree stopped the divine soul attacks towards Yi Yuan. At the same time, some faintly perceptible things seemed to have started brewing in the air. Now is the time. Yi Yuan had grasped the timing long ago, right when the Azure Spirit Tree was about to release its final ultimate move. Throwing the traceless soul poison into the air, Yi Yuan stimulated his speed to the limits. At the same time, Yi Yuan activated the Kuan Peng bloodline in his body frenziedly. Coupled with the Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling art, his speed immediately surged immensely. In practically a blink of an eye, Yi Yuan arrived near the front of the Azure Spirit Tree's main body. It was not certain when Yi Yuan had an additional dozen over silver needles in his hands. He fired them into the positions of the Azure Spirit Tree's roots without hesitation at this time. Huff, huff, huff. Hurong, and the others all suddenly panted heavily for air. Right then, their scalps all tingled. An extremely dangerous aura came from the air, making each and every one of them hold their breaths. But this dangerous aura vanished without a trace under Yi Yuan's dozen over silver needles. Hurong looked towards that back view in the distance, his gaze filled with fear. This young man was too powerful. The Azure Spirit Tree, which made the entire Tiger clan wring their hands in dismay, was actually locked down by him, just like this. Lord Hurong, the Azure Spirit Tree, got captured? A clansman asked, rather disbelievingly. Hurong nodded his head solemnly and said, "Definitely so. If he weren't caught, we would already be dead men, just now." "Don't need to doubt it. Big Brother said that he could capture him. Means he definitely can capture." White Light had a proud look like this Azure Spirit Tree, was caught by him. Hurong and the others came close. Seeing the few silver needles inserted in the tree roots area, they could not help marveling. Really hard to imagine that such a great towering tree was actually locked down by a few tiny little silver needles. Just as they were speaking, this Civ tree that towered into the clouds actually shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, becoming a small tree the size of the rim of a bowl very quickly. The Azure Spirit Tree cultivating to this sort of level, changing size, is naturally as easy as overturning one's hands. He got hit by my spirit sealing needle. The wood essence power within his body is already hard to be maneuvered. Yi Yuan said coolly, "If not for seeing with my own eyes, I really wouldn't dare to believe that a peak Tier 6 Azure Spirit Tree was actually subdued by a Tier 4 youth." Hurong sighed with admiration. He could be said to have his horizons broadened today. The Azure Spirit Tree, which even clan head Huyen could do nothing about, was actually defeated at Yi Yuan's hands just like that. Yi Yuan was just about to speak when his expression changed greatly. A terrifying aura arrived close from far away in a blink, heading towards them. That speed was inconceivably swift,